Thank you very much, Sergeant at Arms, and welcome everyone in the gallery. Colleagues, it's nice to see you today, and welcome everyone watching distantly. We're gathered today for the Tuesday, August 25th, 2026 meeting of the Halifax Regional Council. The Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. The Halifax Regional Municipality also recognizes the unique history, heritage, and enduring presence of African Nova Scotians, whose roots in Nova Scotia span more than 400 years. We celebrate the significant contributions of African Nova Scotians to the social, cultural, economic, and civic life of our municipality, and acknowledge the leadership, knowledge, and excellence that continue to enrich our communities. This affirmation reflects our commitment to honoring the legacy and ongoing contributions of African Nova Scotians in the Halifax Regional Municipality. And with that, colleagues, we'll come to order and we'll jump right, why don't we have a moment of silence, actually? We'll start that way. I would invite everyone to have a moment of silence for prayer, meditation, or quiet reflection. And we'll move right into item 2, special community announcements and acknowledgements. And I'll just wait for any names to populate on the board. And I see Councillor Gillis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. And for everyone watching at home, I'd like to announce that our MP, Braden Clark, is hosting a series of town halls throughout the communities in HRM. And he'll be hosting one with myself, my fabulous colleague here from Fall River, and the MLA Brian Wong this Thursday, August 27th at the Beaverbank Kinsack Community Center from 6 till 7:30. Hope to see everyone there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we'll move on to Councillor Daigle-Gammon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. For the last 2 or 3 weekends, I think I've spent them with hundreds of volunteers, and so congratulations to the volunteers and organizers of the Calouse committee that's in Fall River and Windsor Junction, and to the Halifax County exhibition. I don't know, there's well over 10,000 attendees, I believe, at the Halifax County exhibition, so it was pretty great, and Annie's Tea in Waverly. So that's all about working with the volunteers. But today, what I really wanted to speak about as well was we have one of our staff who is retiring after 28 years. And I'm sorry, PJ, we got you here under false pretenses, maybe. PJ Temple has been with us for 28 years and coordinating the grants program. And of course, having spent 40 years in the nonprofit sector, I've had a connection with PJ and the work that she's done. But I also want to say that PJ has grown the nonprofit sector in a way that maybe she doesn't even realize because of her work. She's really assisted many nonprofits in HRM to be better, to be sustainable, challenge them when it came to some of the financial stuff. My personal story is when we were looking for land at Dask. PJ, I remember this one. And it wasn't looking good in the beginning. But PJ had the right questions. And because she had the right questions, it forced us to make an even better proposal. And Dask now exists. And it's a showplace in Atlantic Canada and even across the country as a showplace for persons with disability and the kind of environment that they deserve and need to be in. PJ has played a big role in that. And I think there's not enough thank yous to be able to be said. So PJ, just a small thing, just a couple of flowers for you. Thank you.
Bravo, Peta Jane. Thank you very much, Councillor David Gammon, for that beautiful acknowledgement. We will certainly miss you around here, PJ. Thank you. And we will move on to Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also acknowledge that MP Braden Clark, MLA Rick Burns, and myself will be holding a town hall at the Upper Hammonds Plains Community Center, 711 Pockbrook Road, on Wednesday, the 26th of August, from 6 to 7:30. All are welcome in the community to come out and participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to proudly announce my sister-in-law, Barb Hamilton Hinch, who has been named 2026 Order of Nova Scotia recipient. I just want to say Dr. Hamilton Hinch is an Assistant Vice Provost, Equity and Inclusion at Dalhousie University and Professor in the Dalhousie School of Health and Human Performances. You know what? I'm so proud of my sister-in-law and all the accomplishments that she has made over the years, and what she's given to our community, our African Nova Scotian community, and will continue to give. So I just wanted to acknowledge her today because I'm so proud of her.
That's wonderful, Councillor Hinch. Thank you very much for that. And we'll move on to Councillor Manzini, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge that one of our own is having a big birthday tomorrow. Halifax Regional Council's happiest councillor, Billy Gillis, is going to be 51 tomorrow. Now, the surprising thing of that, I thought he was at least going to be turning 70, but nevertheless, just wanted, since we're not going to be gathered tomorrow, wish Billy a happy birthday, buddy. And as tradition is here in council chambers, you buy the round of coffee later on.
Happy birthday, Councillor Gillis. And we'll move on to Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor, and follow up from Councillor Hitches. I was very proud to see that Dr. Ham was also being acknowledged posthumously with the Order of Nova Scotia. In fact, it was I that initiated the Order of Nova Scotia with the Premier back in the days, and I'm very proud of that accomplishment. I'd also like to thank the organizers that we had to cancel the Sandcastle Day on Sunday because the forecast of torrential rains. It's sad that last year we had a drought and wildfire threat, and this year we got rained out. So it seems like we get the best or the worst of both worlds. So hopefully the 45th annual Sandcastle Day will be 3 times the charm next year. Also, the next largest event on the Eastern Shore is going to be this Saturday, Hopeful Wildlife's open house from 12 to 4 in Seaforth. It's always been a great crowd attraction, and I just hope that people respect the no parking signs on one side of the road to make sure we have safe travel along the 207 highway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. And we'll move on to Councillor St. Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you've had the pleasure of meeting Bedford's Darcy Egan. He is a young man that graduated from St. Mary's, and over the course of 23 days, ran 23 ultramarathons in support of Feed Nova Scotia, raising $15,000. He had set a rather ambitious goal in taking that on, running effectively from point to point in Nova Scotia and doing a considerable distance, 1,000 kilometers, over the course of 23 days. Just a monumental achievement and a very ambitious event to undertake. And so I'd like to congratulate him on a very successful run and thank him for the tremendous support that he has provided to Feed Nova Scotia and trying to help those that are facing food insecurity.
Thank you very much, Councillor St. Amand. Yes, from the tip of Cape Breton Island to the lighthouse in Yarmouth, quite a feat, really quite amazing. Colleagues, it's been a few weeks since Pride Week in Halifax, but we haven't had a council meeting in which to acknowledge the great work done by all involved in another successful Pride Festival. Pride brought, as they always do, thousands of people together across our region to celebrate 2S LGBTQ and the growing community here in Halifax, while creating opportunities for connection and for visibility and for celebration. And we know that events like Pride are only possible through a tremendous amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. So on behalf of the Regional Council, I want to say thank you to the organizers, to the volunteers, to the sponsors, the performers, the businesses involved, everyone who helped to make this year a success. And I would like to make sure that everybody knows that next year there's even more to look forward to, as Halifax will host Canada Pride, and that's going to bring many thousands more people from across the country into our municipality, giving us an opportunity to showcase this amazing place that we call home. So again, congratulations to Halifax Pride on a great festival, and we look forward to welcoming Canada to Halifax at next year's Pride. One more, colleagues. Earlier this month, we had the honor of welcoming officers and sailors from the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force to City Hall during their visit to the Halifax Regional Municipality. Canada and Japan share a long-standing friendship built on cooperation, mutual respect, and a deep connection to the sea. As Canada's defense city and home to the country's largest naval base, Halifax is proud to play a role in strengthening those relationships. The reception was followed by a concert and grand parade featuring the joint performance of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force Band and the Stadacona Band, a wonderful demonstration of the friendship between these two nations. So thank you to all involved there as well. And I see we do have some more names on the board now. Councillor Kent, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see everybody. We don't always see each other through the summer, so hope you've all had a good rest and you're ready to rock and roll. I just want to mention that next weekend, September 5th, we will be hosting a community event acknowledging the opening of a new playground at South Woodside Community School. What's particularly interesting for me is that I was a counselor when the one that was removed was installed, and this was with significant contribution from Imperial Oil at the time. They had contributed quite a lot to the community school, and there is a little plaque there showing that one, and now this one that was replaced. I'm just so pleased that Parks made sure that there was another playground installed that had the significance of a larger space for that school. It's a small school, but they deserve to have something similar to what they had, and I'm really pleased that Parks acknowledged that with replacing it with something larger. So September 5th at 4:30 for treats and ribbon cutting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor St. Amand, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, we haven't had a meeting in a little while, and so there are some dates that we've managed to miss, including La Fête Nationale de l'Acadie on August 15th. And in my role on council, I was honored to be selected as the official representative for HRM and for this body to the Francophone and Acadian communities in Nova Scotia, and specifically in Halifax. And so I thought, since we haven't had a meeting since the 15th, I would share the proclamation that the mayor provided on that date when we conducted a flag raising for the Acadian community here at City Hall in Grand Parade. So the proclamation for the Fête Nationale de l'Acadie reads as follows. And forgive me, I'm going to do this one in French, as seems very appropriate given the circumstances. Que les Acadiens, par de leur origine, leur histoire et leur développement, constituent la première colonie de France à s'établir de façon permanente au Canada, et ils se retrouvent maintenant dans toutes les provinces et territoires canadiens. Que le peuple acadien a contribué depuis plus de 400 ans à la vitalité économique, culturelle et sociale au Canada, que depuis 1881, le peuple acadien célèbre le 15 août comme la journée de la fête nationale de l'Acadie, que le peuple acadien définit son identité par sa langue, sa culture et ses coutumes, qu'il est de l'intérêt de tous les Canadiens de pouvoir partager le riche patrimoine historique et culturel des Acadiens et d'en mieux connaître toutes les manifestations aussi bien anciennes que contemporaires, qu'il est important d'encourager les Acadiens et Acadiennes à être fiers de leur patrimoine. C'est pourquoi il est résolu que moi, Jean Saint-Amand, au nom de Maire Andy Fillmore et le Conseil régional de Halifax, proclame par la présente 15 août 2126
comme fête nationale de l'Acadie dans la municipalité régionale de Halifax, datée à Halifax en Nouvelle-Écosse ce 14e jour de 2126.
Bien fait. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Very good. Thank you for that. And we will go on to Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Senamon, for recognizing the Acadian Heritage Month this month, as well as I want to acknowledge that the Acadie de Chesapeake is also recognizing its 30th anniversary this month, and I want to wish them a happy birthday, a happy celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I don't see any other names on the board for announcements, so we will move along to item 3, approval of the minutes of July 14th, 2026. Could I have a motion, Councillor Gillis, seconded by Councillor St. Amand? Is there any discussion on those minutes? Not seeing any. A show of hands in approval of the adoption of those minutes, and they are approved. Thank you very much. That brings us to the approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. There are some things to add and some things to jostle around here today. Madam Clerk, would you like to walk us through that?
Yes. So there is a request to add the following items. Item 18.1, Executive Standing Committee, 2027 Halifax Regional Council, and 2027-28 2027-28 proposed budget meeting schedules, as well as item 21.7 proclamation, Fête Nationale des Acadiens, National Acadian Day, August 15th, 2026. There's also a request that if there's any in-camera items that council wishes to test in public, to consider these items following item 5, consent agenda. If council wishes to convene in camera to discuss an item, they would not be moved up and remain in the current agenda order.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think that all makes sense. There are some other folks on the board, and we'll start with the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a couple of things. One is item 15.1.3, proposed amendments to Admin Order 2018-003 ADM respecting private road maintenance. I'd like to either move or request that that be deferred to a future meeting of council. I was in conversation through email with Vicky several times yesterday about looking at the criteria that's in the report. There is no rationale right now for the 10, and in conversation with some of my residents that live on private laneways and drives, I just, before we move this forward, I would like to have further conversations with Vicky so I can come up with an amendment that makes sense and can be supported. So I'd like to move that that be deferred.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We will need a seconder for that. Perhaps, okay, I saw Councillor Steele there very promptly. And all in favor of deferral, show of hands, please. Okay, that deferral passed. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't know if this is the time to move the consent agenda that's in the in-camera, or to do that. Where's Ian?
Please hold.
I guess that would move to consent. I'd add that to consent.
We will, we'll come back to the in-camera momentarily.
Right,
Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we defer 15.3.1 Head Start Tennis Dome. This is in Councillor White's district, and she's not available to join us, and I think it would be better if we consider this at our next meeting.
Second.
I think Councillor Hartling was quick on the second there, and all in favor of deferring 15.3.1, show of hands, please. And that passes. Okay, that's deferred. Thank you very much. Then we'll carry on to Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, I'm asking that item 16.1, which is Councillor Hartling's, if we could discuss that earlier in our agenda, either just before our lunch break or just after our lunch break. Unfortunately, I have to leave early, and I want to be around for that conversation, so if we could have it earlier in the agenda, that would be appreciated.
Thank you very much. I don't think that requires a motion, does it? No. How about we put it, Counselor, just before 15:1. Does that suit everyone? Just before 15:1? Okay. Okay, good, very good. Thank you. Counselor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to request a presentation at a future meeting for information item 21.3. It's the memorandum from the Chief Administrative Officer concerning the Nova Scotia Capped Assessment Program impacts. And the future meeting I was looking toward was not the September 15 meeting, but September 29 due to staff availability.
Okay, so the request is to bring forward the information item, which is numbered,
21.3.
thank you, 21.3, to a future meeting date of September, flipping around too many pages here, 29th?
Yes,
with a
and I
presentation.
would like a
With a
presentation.
presentation, okay. I think we've got that noted now. You're welcome. Okay, let's just make sure we covered everything here. Right, so that looks like we have an amended agenda. Oh, do I see a hand up over there? Moving, okay, thank you. Councillor Cleary has moved the agenda as seconded by Councillor St. Amand. And all in favor of that, please. Yeah, okay, and that we have now adopted that. And we can now come back to the in-camera question from the Deputy Mayor, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to pull up the right item here. 1 second. It's 17.5, I think. Yeah, so I know that usually we wait until we get to the end of our agenda to move in-camera items that we'd like to pass on consent. This morning I'm going to try to move 17.5 right now, the reason being that if there is nobody who is interested in pulling this out for discussion, by moving and approving this now, then we'll enable staff to get on with their day, and we won't tie them up waiting for us to get to this item. Here, 1 second. Okay, so I would like to test cancel by moving item 17.5 on the consent agenda.
The motion's been seconded by Councillor Hinch, and Madam Clerk, I'll seek your guidance on if we're going to have a hand vote on this, or how do you? A recorded vote. Thank you very much. And so we'll proceed to a recorded vote right now. The motion carries. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We now come to the consent agenda. There are a few items on today's consent agenda. 15.1.1 centralized grants reporting concept. 15.2.1 TMR2 dual band radio 2026/2027 capital budget transfer. 15.3.1 has been deferred. 15.3.2 affordable housing strategy. I would like to remove that from consent. 15.3.3 Dartmouth Regional Pickleball Facility, and 15.4.1 major events policy framework. And looking at the board, I see the Deputy Mayor, please.
Oh, nope. That wouldn't. I think that's a leftover.
That's a remnant. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments on the consent agenda, colleagues? Okay, so affordable housing. Okay, there's a motion from Councillor. Let's wait till everyone catches up. Yeah, the only removal would be 15.3.2. And there's a motion from Councillor Cleary to approve the consent agenda, and there's a seconded by Councillor Steele, and we will go to a recorded vote. And the amended consent agenda is approved. Thank you. Item 6, business arising out of the minutes. I don't believe we have any today. Item 7, call for declarations of conflicts of interest. Colleagues, anyone? Seeing none. Item 8, motions of reconsideration. There are none. Item 9, motions of rescission. There are none today. Item 10, consideration of deferred business. From July 14th, 2026, we have item 10.1, which was deferred at the request of Councillor Hinch. The item is dismantling racism and hate strategy, and the purpose of Councillor Hinch's deferral was to request a presentation, which I understand one is forthcoming. And welcome, Russell, and the floor is yours when you are ready to do your presentation. And once you're concluded, we'll ask Councillor Hinch to put the motion on the floor.
So good morning, Mayor Fillmore and members of council. I'm here to provide an overview of the dismantling racism and hate strategy. So this serves as a coordinated municipality-wide framework to advance equity, accountability, and systemic change. So I will attempt to proactively kind of answer as many of assumed questions that you may have throughout the presentation. So the first question that I'm attempting to answer for you folks this morning is why this strategy and why now? So Bill 96 is the legislation that became Nova Scotia's Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, and that act requires prescribed public bodies, including Halifax Regional Municipality, to create and maintain a plan addressing systemic racism, hate, and inequity. And so this really serves as an opportunity for Halifax Regional Municipality to really align existing efforts. So there are many other pieces of work that are already within the implementation phase, and this is a really great opportunity for us to align and coordinate those efforts, looking at ways that we can align those existing efforts around equity, accessibility, inclusion, cultural recognition. It's an opportunity for us to also continue to address barriers. So we want to identify and dismantle systemic barriers, looking at those barriers that we might not always see within our policies, our programs, services, and our organizational operation. It also serves us as an opportunity when we look at accountability. So we really want to look at how we're measuring these outcomes. We want to look at ways that we can improve our transparency and the ways that we communicate and update the progress to community, as well as to employees across the organization. And also we want to look at our reporting and ensure that we have clear oversight from leadership levels all the way down to the frontline staff across the organization. And the last point that I just wanted to speak to here was just around our responsiveness. This requires a commitment from us, and we need to make sure that we're keeping community voices and lived experience central as the implementation evolves. So this is going to be a living strategy. So as things change across our municipality, we want to make sure that this strategy reflects those changes. So we are going to continuously engage with community and make sure that this is in real time responding to the nature of the realities of those folks that call Halifax home. In terms of the structure of the strategy, so there are system-wide foundations, so we have 3, and then we also have community-focused pillars, which there are 6. So under education, culture, and public awareness, this is really how we reinforce our commitment to education and continuous learning. We're looking at things like training. So we want to make sure that these things are prioritized and they will affect how we implement the actions within the strategy and how we improve the service delivery of our programs and services to all citizens and residents. So number 2 is community safety, anti-hate response, and inclusion. So for folks that are, victims of forms of hate, racism, and discrimination, this becomes a matter of safety. And we need to make sure that this strategy responds to that reality. So we really want to make sure that we're looking at the safety and well-being of all citizens and residents as we continue to, grow and evolve this strategy and look at the ways that it's, being implemented and the impact that it's having on the overall and well-being of, again, all citizens and residents. And then we're looking at data, accountability, and governance. And we just really, need to make sure that we're collecting the data. We're being intentional about the data that we're collecting, and we're then using that data to inform the actions, and we're using that to also inform how this strategy grows and evolves over time. And when we look at accountability, I think it's important that there is a shared ownership in this work. It can't be something that is just carried and shouldered by a few business units. This has to be a shared responsibility across the entire organization. So when we're looking at accountability and governance, that's how we demonstrate that, is making sure that this is something that is shared across the organization, across all levels of leadership. And it's important that that cascades down throughout the organization. Things don't cascade up from frontline, it truly cascades down from the leadership of the organization. And then when we're getting into the equity and belonging pillars, so we have African Nova Scotian and African descent communities and residents. We also have Mi'kmaq and Indigenous communities and residents, newcomer and immigrants communities and residents, gender equity, accessibility and disability inclusion, and Acadian and Francophone communities and residents. So what changes in terms of practice? So this is where we really show our commitment to moving from commitment to substantive action, substantive change. So through these efforts, we want to make sure that we're building capacity. So we're looking at training. And when you have training, it speaks volumes when you mandate a training. That prioritizes, that puts value on that training, so it really shows where your priorities lie. So we really want to look at what are the trainings that we need to deem mandatory, what are the trainings that we need to prioritize, how we commit to our ongoing education and learning. We want to look at really the public awareness around different cultural festivals, celebrations, and then cross-cultural learning initiatives. That's really important with how we move this work forward. And then also we want to look at how do we deliver culturally safe and responsive service delivery at all levels of service across the organization. We also want to look at the use of data and equity analysis. So we're looking at intersectional data and equity impact assessments. And we really want to use that to identify those systemic barriers that aren't always easy to see by the eye. We really want to look at the policies, the processes, the mechanisms that are guiding all of these decisions that are being made. And then we want to use that to inform our decision making and measure the outcomes in terms of the impact. Looking at access, we will be looking at multilingual and accessible communications and all of the things that we'll be communicating moving forward. We want to make sure that we're looking at our service standards and improving them where and when we need to. We also want to look at accessible infrastructure and looking at engagement. It's going to be an ongoing and continuous thing, and really what we want to be able to do with the engagement and measuring the engagement or the success of the engagement is we really want all residents to feel like they're being reflected in this work. Often what we hear when we're developing strategies, we're implementing strategies, you'll always hear folks who say that they don't feel like they're seen or reflected in this work. So we want to make sure that as we continue that engagement, we continue to listen to that feedback so that all citizens and residents feel like they're being reflected and represented in this work. In terms of improving our response, so I mentioned earlier about coordinated anti-hate response, and really looking at the protocol, really looking at how that's captured, what happens once it's captured, and ensuring that it's, it's something that is consistent. It's going to be something that is prioritized, and there's going to be a sense of urgency in how we respond to any of those. When there is any incident involving hate, we want to make sure that we're responding with an sense of urgency. So then we also want to look at making sure that our reporting is accessible and it's culturally responsive when we have our supports. A lot of times we use and throw around a lot of language, but saying you have culturally responsible supports and offering them is two different things. So we want to truly make sure that we have those supports available so that when they're needed, they can be mobilized immediately, and it's not something that folks are waiting for to further the harm or the impact of whatever it is that they're experiencing. And then looking at investing and partnership, there are a lot of great community-led initiatives, organizations, grassroots groups that are doing meaningful work with a lot of groups in our community, and we want to leverage that. We want to try to work with those folks, build those relationships. If there's folks out there that we already have relationships with that are service providers and servicing, different groups in our community, we want to make sure that we're growing those relationships, we're sustaining those relationships so that we can utilize that and leverage that to really enhance the impact and broaden the reach throughout this work as we move through this implementation phase. And we also want to look at procurement and inclusive procurement. There are so many diverse folks across this municipality that are offering great services and offering exceptional business and things of that nature, and we truly want to provide equal opportunities for those folks to be able to provide those services on a municipal platform and beyond that. It serves as an opportunity to really amplify your business when we're able to look at the ways that we're doing procurement. We want to remove any barriers that exist. And then looking at heritage and cultural recognition, there are several initiatives that are already underway that exist that are really looking at celebrating and recognizing heritage and culture across our municipality, and we want to continue to seek out those opportunities as well as amplify and enhance those initiatives that are already existing. And then the last one here around embedding accountability. So I think that this is critically important. When we look at leadership is something that you demonstrate and that you act. And if we are truly putting value and prioritizing this work, it needs to start at the CAO level with the executive leadership group. And again, that priority and the value on this work needs to trickle down across all business units. So it's really important that that leadership starts at that table. And then when we look at how we'll be providing updates and things of that nature, like there are going to be updates that are provided to the province based on that schedule that they have already determined, but we'll be coming back to council annually with updates. This is where we'll provide the status of the implementation of the strategy, our successes, our challenges, or anything that we need to kind of rethink and revisit as we continue to implement this work. Folks always want to know how progress will be measured and reported, so I've got you covered this morning. So we're really looking at four main focuses in how we'll measure and report on this work. So the first one is key performance indicators. So we'll be working with business units and helping them shape and determine what those KPIs will look like. We wanted to make sure that we're not telling business units how to measure this, how to implement these things. We want to work closely in partnership and collaboration. And again, we're looking at that shared ownership here. So we want to make sure that we're working with the business units closely to determine what those KPIs look like. And we want to make sure that we're putting the entire organization in a position to be successful. We don't want to just undertake this responsibility and these actions without having some autonomy and say and shaping how we measure those things. In terms of reporting, as I mentioned, we'll be doing annual reporting back to you folks. And we want to look at the ways that we can provide real-time updates to the community, whether that's, a public-facing website, dashboard, things of that nature. These are other tactics that are being employed in other municipalities and places across the nation. So we'll be, exploring those options to see what are the best ways that we can provide those updates to the community. I think it's important that when we're engaging with folks that we don't wait for them to come back to us. We proactively bring that information back to them. Under the learn piece, again, we want to make sure that we're proactively committing to education, training, continuous learning. So we want to make sure that we're doing all those things. And then we also want to have that ongoing community engagement and that feedback. Again, this is going to be a living strategy. So as we continue to implement this work, we want to be able to go back to the community. Hey, did we get this right? What is missing? And then take that feedback to shape kind of what we do next in the future phases of this strategy. And like I said, we always want to make sure that we're responding to the emerging needs in real time of all citizens and residents. And then when we're looking at how we will continue to, strive for improvement, we'll continuously be refining our actions and the strategy over time. There will be a formal strategy review with the province, and that's scheduled for the spring of 2028. And I just also have here that accountability needs to be built into the strategy. We want to measure what matters. We want to report transparently and listen continuously so that we can make those adjustments and reflect the voices of all citizens and residents. So before I kind of get to the motions here, I also want to kind of make sure that I acknowledge these pieces here too, in terms of the implementation considerations. A lot of times, we know that money and resources is a big question that folks have when you're undertaking this work. Today, we are not seeking money, to endorse this strategy as it stands. Following the approval, we will be working with business units to determine the timelines and the costs for specific initiatives. So there are some business units that have identified that they may have funding allocated within their budget that will be able to resource some of the actions going forward in the strategy. But we will also be applying for funding. A lot of the work that is being implemented under the Dismantling Racism and Hate work is being funded by grants and other funding opportunities at the provincial and federal level. So we will be applying for funding to fund a lot of these actions and action items. And the other piece there, just around the community engagement, it's going to be something that is continuous. It's not something that we're just doing one time and that's all we're using to inform this strategy. And the other thing that I think is worthwhile mentioning too is that many of the action items that are already in the strategy that's being presented here today have been shaped by engagement in the past. So the Office of Diversity Inclusion, folks around the Cultural Heritage Priorities Plan, public safety, we have used the feedback that they've received that shaped the existing work that they're all doing to make sure that we're not exhausting folks in terms of how we're doing engagement. But we do realize that there are folks that won't feel like they're reflected in the strategy that we're bringing before you today. And we have a commitment to making sure that we reach those folks and that the feedback and engagement that we are going to do moving forward will reflect all voices and lived experiences of residents and citizens across our municipality. So with that, we have the two motions here that we're bringing forward today. So the first one is just around approving the Dismantling Racism and Hate strategy as set out in attachment 1. And then number 2 is to direct the Chief Administrative Officer, the CAO, to provide annual updates on the progress of this strategy.
Thanks very much for a thorough presentation, Russell. Very well done, and all the work behind it as well. So thank you. We'll go to Councillor Hinch to put the motion on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Russell, for the thorough presentation. It is recommended that Halifax Regional Council 1 approve the Dismantling Racism and Hate strategy as set out in attachment 1 of the staff report And 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide an annual update on progress of the strategy.
Seconded by Councilor Mancini.
Can I still? Thank you. So again, Russell, thank you for the presentation. The one thing that always crosses my mind and continue to cross my mind is the training component of this. And I believe I've asked you before, but is it mandatory? Can this training be mandatory? And when we talk about from the top down, I believe council should be definitely have that type of training. So my question is it mandatory, and is council afforded that type of training as well? Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, so thank you for the question. So the training is not mandatory. And, you know, we have really explored this, you know, many times in many ways. And as it stands, it is not mandatory training. But we, you know, we have an opportunity to kind of convey that message at, you know, executive leadership, and hope that, you know, they can really encourage their business unit to prioritize the training. Like, we have had trainings in the past that have really been pushed at that level, and some executive directors and folks at that level have really encouraged their business unit to really make it a priority to complete, you know, a variety of different trainings as it relates to the work that they're doing. And we have explored ways that we can provide training to you folks, and that is something that we are very much open to, and we would love to, you know, explore and see how we can bring those training opportunities to you folks.
I just hope when it does come that we all take the opportunity and take the training. Thank you. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I happened across a new tool that I see on the employee website map, My Action Plan, which is kind of looking at ways which you know, employees can find opportunities to help advance strategic initiatives of the municipality. And I thought it was I hadn't seen it before, and thought it was a rather innovative tool. And I see in that map program that there is something for diversity and inclusion and equity. And I was just wondering, you know, when it comes to embedding this, you talked about leadership, you talked about embedding it in the organization, but, you know, seeing it at the leadership level and then trickling down. I'm wondering, are there any other tools that are in development, or programs that are in development, or how, you know, what is the plan for helping to support that in embedding this in the organization as a whole?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, thank you for the question. That is a great opportunity for us to do, you know, to really elevate and embed this work. So My Action Plan, your map, is something that, you know, individuals work closely with their direct report to establish some goals for them as it pertains to a variety of kind of areas that the organization values. So embedding, you know, those goals in that, you know, requires a level of accountability. So I think that that's a great strategy to explore around, you know, like I said, elevating this and embedding it in the work that we're doing. And then at the executive level, they have what I believe is called like a mandate letter. And it's similar to your map, but it's something that is specifically for folks that are at the executive leadership level. And typically they do try to have a diversity, inclusion, equity, and accessibility goal in that letter. So this is something also that we would love to see executive leaders build into that mandate letter as we move forward. So, you know, hoping to get approval around the strategy, and that could be where we start, is having executive leadership have a goal in their mandate letter that applies to the dismantling racism and hate strategy.
Okay, good. It's those tangible examples are kind of really, you know, get to understand, you know, in terms of how this is going to roll out, and then how that gets measured against the KPIs so we can see the progress. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hinch, thank you for bringing this forward and asking for the presentation. Russell, thank you for your leadership on this. You know, it's interesting, colleagues, when I'm out speaking on behalf of the municipality and talking to visitors or talking to business people or just talking to the community, one of the things that I speak most highly of and that I'm most proud of is the diversity that now exists in our municipality that didn't exist not that long ago. You know, in saying that, however, I do see an increase in racism and maybe even hate. You know, we've seen examples of the anti-Muslim, the Jewish, African Nova Scotia, that continues on. You know, Councillor Austin and I have seen it against brown people recently when the discussion about the Dartmouth Commons and cricket versus baseball, and ugly words being used, and it so disappoints me when I see that. However, in saying that, my daughter's visiting from away, and on the weekend she came home, and after taking an Uber drive, she said, "Dad, I got to tell you about my experience as an Uber driver." He's from East India, and he said he lived all over the world, and he now lives here. And he says HRM, Nova Scotia, has been the most welcoming place he's ever lived in, and this is now his home. And I was so proud to hear those words, because at the same time talking about what we see as an increase in racism and hate. And your words about, you know, words are easy, right? We do the acknowledgement. Now we do the African Nova Scotia acknowledgement along with the Mi'kmaq acknowledgement. They're words, right? And they're real, you know, showing that we are a welcome community is action, as you alluded to in your presentation. So the question I have is, you alluded to being responding when incidents of racism and hate, having a sense of urgency. My two questions related to that, Russell, is the work that you do simply internal to HRM, or will you also respond to these incidents that when they happen outside of our workplace? And can you give us some examples when you say you respond to those actions when they happen in that sense of urgency? Can you give me somewhat of an example? What does that mean? What's that possibly look like? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. So when we're looking at the response, so hate is, you know, it's a crime, so the reporting would be going through police, but we also want to look at like the things that we can do within the organization in terms of like the supports that we provide to folks that are receiving or on the receiving end or the victims of all forms of hate, discrimination, racism. So we want to make sure that we have the supports readily available. We want to make sure that we have, you know, the culturally sensitive and responsive training for all the frontline folks that are going to be like first responders, to make sure that it's not going to further the harm or the impact that's been already received. And we want to look at what we can do internally. You know, we're exploring how we can work with 311 in terms of how we're collecting and receiving calls, logging those calls, you know, things of that nature, to make sure that we have a consistent process in terms of how we respond, how we capture it, what we're doing with what is being captured. You know, we want to make sure that we're using that information and that data to really inform kind of the things that we need to do better, or maybe the things that we're not even doing yet. So that's really how we see, you know, the work, you know, the next kind of steps that we're going to be taking. You know, these are all new things that we'll be doing. You know, the scope of this work is continuing to grow and broaden, so we want to make sure that we're you know, learning as we go, but we're also making sure that we're applying that learning to our programs, our services, and what is being offered under the municipal scope of services and programs.
Appreciate that so much. I'm thinking, you know, I'm looking at my colleagues from the Board of Police Commission here, Councillor Kent, Councillor Hinch. I mean, I think, you know, maybe we can discuss having you actually come and speak to the Board of Police Commission. The more that we talk about this topic, how it relates to first responders, how it relates to police and that community engagement. So I'll take it as a takeaway myself, and we'll follow up with you on that. Russell, thanks for your work, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Russell. One of the questions I have when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion and anti-hate strategies, I wonder about how HRM employees reflect the communities we serve. So I do know that there is, or I understand there's an ability to self-identify on applications or on employee profiles. Are we collecting any data on that? I know you mentioned the importance of data and collecting data. Certainly, I know that many public administrations look at trying to reflect the communities they are serving. So if you're serving X communities, you would like to have members of that community present. So are we collecting data? Do we have any? And I know it's difficult because people often don't choose to self-identify or choose not to self-identify. So I'm curious about where we are with this because I know we've been working as a municipality on attempting to include diversity, equity, and inclusion in many of our programs and policies for a long time. So I'm curious if we are making progress. And then I have a few other questions, should there be some time remaining.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, thank you for the question. So this is an area that, we have to continuously, continue to try to find ways to improve. And the thing that sometimes becomes a challenge is that a lot of times when we're engaging folks like employees, it's voluntary. So folks aren't always comfortable with providing that feedback. And so that just shows that we need to improve the relationships that we have with our employees and ensure that they do feel a sense of security, psychological safety and things like that in the workplace to be able to share and self-identify, that information. So that's something that we're continuously trying to look at ways that we can improve how we ask those questions and again, create pathways for those folks to feel safe enough to share that with us so that we can use that information to inform the things that we are going to be implementing and how we're responding to different issues that we know that are taking place in our workplaces. So it's going to be an ongoing thing. We have seen an increase in participation, but it's not nearly at the rate that we would like it to be at.
Okay. I have a few more questions. One relates to how do you know about the hate incidents that are occurring in the municipality? Do you find out from community safety, from police? And then when you say, and this is building on Councillor Mancini's question, then when you say you provide support, do you provide support to external stakeholders or is it to internal staff? I was curious as who receives the support.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor. So when we're looking at the response, so, like I said, those, complaints typically they're going to go through to the police. But there is collaboration there. So community safety, public safety work closely with HRP. So that information does get shared. And through those partnerships and relationships, that information, is shared with us as well, so that we can consult and advise on, best responses and things of that nature. But in terms of the support that's being offered, like that initially is something that we're focusing on with our employees, like our frontline staff, our first responders folks. So we want to make sure that when they're engaging with folks, in crisis and things of that nature, that they have the most up-to-date training, as possible to ensure that they're providing a level of service to whoever that they're in contact with.
So your target is the internal employees who are frontline. Okay, I have a couple more things. You mentioned you referenced the mandate letters for senior leadership. That's the CAO's territory, but you mentioned that you thought that there were requirements to undertake action related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but that we're not sure that that's in the letter. Is that the case? Oh, I'm out of time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor. So I believe that this is something that, the CAO would, determine if that's going to be something that would be in future mandate letters. I'm aware that previous CAO had this in the mandate letter of all executive leaders.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councilor, I just wanted to pick up on that question raised by Councilor Steele, just to confirm that diversity and inclusion considerations are a mandatory part of the mandate letters. I think what Mr. Brooks was referring to is specifics around the implementation of the strategy itself.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll move on to Councilor Young, please.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Russell, for the presentation. I have 3 questions. In attachment 1, page 5, paragraph 3, it reads, municipal policies are aligned with the equity-based best practices to ensure that organizational structures and decision-making processes actively address racism, discrimination, and exclusion. In saying that, does this include the MPS, land use bylaws, service boundaries, and current and new development agreements in historically Black communities or African Nova Scotia communities, especially if the African Nova Scotia community committees are currently working with the ANSCAP team, number 1. Number 2, the grant program that is under the anti-Black racism. What are you putting in place for legacy? Is your grant program looking into legacy for recording and data collecting for future generations? Number 3, what is being done to avoid duplications of services by other stakeholders in the community for accountability purposes? And this is under your embedding accountability section. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, thank you for the questions. So I'm going to do my best to go through your 3 questions. So the first question regarding like the bylaws and the things around planning and development. So, provided the strategy gets endorsed, we will move forward with, the implementation of the action items. And so we will start, I shouldn't say start, we'll continue working closely with ANSCAP and looking at the ways that we can improve the work that they're doing. That initiative is fairly new and it's doing some great work. And so we'll look at ways that we can, leverage and amplify those efforts as it moves forward.
Okay.
To your second question regarding the anti-Black racism grants program, right now, as it sits, the program has, priorities that are making up the program, and there's eligible expenditures and ineligible expenditures. So right now, if the application, falls under those guidelines, then it would be considered. So as long as the applicants can work within those parameters, and like we've really worked closely with, even Petta Jane and her team, the community grants folks, to really look at ways that we can remove some of the barriers that existed in other grant opportunities and funding opportunities. So we really wanted to try to remove those as much as we can, but also make sure that it aligns with the work that we're undertaking and trying to advance here. So like I said, as long as it fits within those requirements, checks the necessary boxes in terms of the categories that we're looking to address, then we would consider funding any application that we receive.
Okay.
Third question was around accountability.
Duplication of services by other stakeholders in the community. So what's being done based on accountability to put the roadblocks in, so we're not duplicating the same services in particularly in the African Nova Scotia communities.
So as much as we can, like we always, try to be mindful of that. There are things that are beyond our influence that we don't have control over, but we do try to make sure that we're not reinventing the wheel, so to speak, when there's already, meaningful initiatives and programs and things of that nature that are already addressing certain things. But if there's ways that we can try to collaborate with folks to enhance the impact and broaden the reach, then we'll explore the ways that we can do that when we can. But there are always going to be external folks that are doing work that we don't have any influence over. And, we can't really hold those folks accountable outside of, like I said, our municipal scope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Councillor St. Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Russell, for your leadership on this and your thoughtful responses to all of the questions that have been asked thus far. I wanted to pick up on what Councillor Hinch asked about with respect to, whether training is mandatory or simply available. There are some limitations that even I've bumped into. I mean, in taking on this job, I quickly become very aware of what I don't know. And so as empathetic as I am and as progressive as I feel, I know there's lots of room to improve. And I think your training that would be available from your department would help every councillor around the table be better at their job. And I've asked about training that is made available to HRM employees before, and it was not available to council. And that to me meant that we've got a little bit of gap filling to do, because there are some great opportunities for training that are made available to HRM employees that are, arguably, I guess the thinking would be they're frontline employees, but so are we. We're just in a completely different capacity. And so I would love to have the opportunity to take some of the training that's available from your team. So, and maybe the requirement is broader. Maybe it's that the training that would be made available to council would be so specialized, so unique, because we are a unique body among HRM's team. We're not the typical employee. We interact with the public in a very different way, and Councillor Mancini referred to that. We wind up in community facing some of the unique challenges that are presented by our residents, particularly when it comes to fighting racism. That we may or may not all universally come to this job with the tools to combat. So I think your team would be able to provide us with tremendously valuable insight into how to manage expectations with the community, what kind of information would be valuable for the community to connect with, in an effort to provide the community with a better sense of what it is that the municipality is doing or not doing. I think there may be a missed opportunity there, and I'm eager to weigh in on this idea that whether it's mandatory or not, even if it's just available to council to learn from at least access some of the resources that are available to quote unquote traditional HRM employees, so that we have some of that insight, and not to mention the fact that we will then have an awareness of what our teams that are interacting with the public are learning and therefore able to implement. So the one thing that I would want to put on your radar is give some thought as to what the unique nature of training might be that would be applicable to council, whether it's exactly the same as what frontline employees at HRM and various different business units would wind up needing, or whether there's some other type of training that you would feel from your position of expertise would be beneficial for council to be able to take in, that would make us better at our job, because you will be able to help move the needle on that front in a way that we would never be able to achieve on our own. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, I don't really feel like it was a question, but I appreciate everything that you shared, and through the leadership of Tracy Jones Grant, the managing director, working closely with HR and just looking at, what we might be able to do in terms of providing those training opportunities. I think that there's immense value in it. So I think that, we can take it away and see what we might be able to do to provide that training to you folks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor David Gammon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hinch, for requesting the presentation. It was much needed and much appreciated. Thank you, Russell, very much. You know, they always say that it's the details that scare you. And the strategy and the presentation, you know, it covering every single business unit within HRM. And, you know, I know that right now it's not the financial ask, and that following this, it says, you know, the business units will determine the timeline and the cost for any specific initiatives. This is a huge piece of work that is in front of you now. And I guess I'm kind of wondering, how long do you think it will take the business units, or is there any estimate from today to when we might see a timeline and the costs? Is this something that we're going to see in this budget year maybe, or is it going to be something that we see in the next budget year? And just if I may, Councillor Young, one of the items on consent today was around the centralized grant concept. So, you know, PJ has very nicely given us a parting gift of some homework. And within that concept, developing the centralized grant, we might see there where maybe there might be duplication of services. We'll see duplication, or where there is complementary funding available to different service providers. So that actually might be something hopeful. But back to my question really about this, the timeline and how the business units will do it. One of the words that I caught in the presentation was inclusive procurement as well. Like, I know that we have worked really hard for our social procurement policy. And so I'm wondering, are you seeing an evolution of the social procurement policy to something else? We have to be so careful when we call something inclusive. It has, in different genres, a specific definition. So I was just thinking about that. So timeline, and then social procurement and inclusive procurement. Those would probably be the two items that maybe I would need a response on. Thank you so much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Again, thank you for the questions. So to the first question around the timeline, so it's laid out in attachment 2. So we have already engaged with every single business unit across the organization, and we have shared the action items with those business units, and we've worked with those business units on those timelines. So initially when we did the outreach, you know, we had the conversation around, is this realistic? Because we do want to ensure that these timelines are realistic. So we had conversations, some of the timelines increased, some of them decreased, like, you know, those are things that are going to happen. You know, and we, as much as we are subject matter experts on, you know, the work that we lead, we're not subject matter experts on the things that are being led by other business units. So again, we had those conversations with those folks to determine if these timelines were realistic. So based on what we have here in attachment 2, those timelines have been agreed upon by the business units, and it's something that they believe that we can successfully implement within that time frame. To the question around the budget or financial implications, there is, you know, a likelihood that we will come back at some time seeking funding. Whether or not we get it, that's to be determined. But we will be trying to explore, you know, as many opportunities as possible to apply for funding. The province is really working at developing a list of available funding and resources that is being shared with everyone that's undertaking this work. And so, like, I already have started some applications, but, you know, seeking the approval and the endorsement of this work is required before I can actually submit those applications. So I will have some work ahead of me to try to secure funding.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Russell, for the report and presentation and all the work that you've done to bring this forward. I'm wondering if you could say a little bit more about the 311 enhancements, maybe a bit more detail around those recommendations you have, how we can improve 311. And just similar to Councillor Daigle-Gammon, I'm concerned, I've seen over the years we have wonderful strategies, wonderful plans, but we don't always resource them. Until we have some finances attached, some resources attached, we can't make a lot of progress. So I'm just a little bit worried about that end of things. And, when we might see, sort of a financial plan. You mentioned that there will be some funding available from the province, but will it be advancing the same priorities that you have and your team has and council has? So I'd just like to know a little bit more about how we're going to match the strategy with the financial resources that are needed. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Thank you for the questions. So regarding the first question around the 311 piece, so that is something that we'll be working with those folks to determine kind of what can be captured. What are the things like, we're exploring, like, is there additional training? Is there additional, like, if we're talking about like translation services and things like that, because those have been barriers for people to even call 311. So we want to look at, like, what are the things that we can develop so that they're available and that folks are able to respond, whether there's a complaint or concern that they feel like they have the proper channels to be able to do that. So those, some of the pieces that we'll be working closely with 311, just trying to assess, what's not available, what needs to be available, and then how do we bring that to life. And to your second question around, the funding and resourcing around this, the small but mighty diversity and inclusion team will, be shouldering a big brunt of the heavy lifting here, but we will be, working closely, like I said, in partnership with all business units and determining kind of what this looks like and how do we ensure that we are actually able to advance this work and advance it in a way that results in impact. It results in folks feeling a sense of psychological safety, belonging, inclusion, all of these things that we really hope to accomplish through this work. And, through the funding that we'll be seeking, externally, they're already looking at ways to, or sorry, not ways to, but they're looking at the eligibility requirements. So we'll be looking at those same eligibility requirements. So, we'll be looking at the action items and determining what action items fall under this funding opportunity. So, it very well may look like we're applying for multiple grants, multiple, funding opportunities to resource and to back the work that we're undertaking. So, like I said, we're really looking at, surveying what's out there and then seeing where it applies, what it applies to, and then ensuring that we get our application in. We work with the province to help, strengthen those applications, because obviously we really hope to secure that funding to take some of that financial burden and responsibility off of future budget considerations.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Russell. I don't see any other names on the list. I'll just jump in and say on behalf of the council, tremendous thanks to you and to Tracy and the team for a very substantial and timely piece of work here. This is really important. I was listening very carefully to hear how the community will continue to be involved in making sure that this is a live document and that evolves as it needs to. And I heard that in sections 3 and 4 of your action plan, listen and learn. So thank you for that. And I think we're all really excited about those two forward-facing pieces, the dashboard and the report card, and how that can also continue to include community and keep us all apprised. So I don't have a question. I just wanted to share those thoughts with you and, again, to say thanks for the incredible work. Thank you. And colleagues, with that, what is your pleasure? Question is called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, we will move on then to item 10.2, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29, respecting HRM civic addressing policies CA 147 street namings. And I'm just going to look and see. Yes, Councillor Morse, the floor is yours.
I can put the motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29, respecting civic addressing policies as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated June 9th, 2026, to approve 1. The renaming of Garden Court, Dartmouth to Barry's Run Court, Dartmouth, and 2. The renaming of Linwood Drive, Halifax to Rockingham Drive, Halifax.
I think I saw Councillor Steele's hand up there on the second. Yeah, thank you.
So I think what I'm going to do is recommend that we vote for an alternative, and I'll just give a little bit of a preamble before that and hear what my colleagues have to say. Just to recap about Linwood Drive, I don't think there are too many issues about Garden Court changing the name to Barry's Run. But about Linwood Drive, this is one of 3 Linwood Drives in HRM. It has to do with, after amalgamation, having a lot of duplicate street names, and we're in the process of changing them to avoid confusion, mainly for first responders. Linwood Drive in my district was chosen for the name change because it has the fewest residents, which is part of our protocol when changing street names. We choose to impact the fewest number of residents as we can. So when this was first proposed about a year ago, there were strong objections from some residents on heritage grounds, and I did not understand how the name Linwood had a heritage connection. So I asked our heritage staff to look into it, and they did a very extensive search of archives, old newspapers, and that sort of thing, and they were not able to find a clear connection. Since then, about 750 people have signed a petition objecting to the name change. And I think that we have to consider what it would mean if we changed the name against the wishes of so many people. Linwood Drive was the first home for some of HRM's earliest immigrants from Lebanon. And the objections are mainly coming from sisters Patricia and Paula Arab, whose family made their first home on Linwood Drive. And their home became a welcome center and an orientation center for dozens of families from Lebanon. Through their openness and their generosity, Linwood Drive became kind of a community center for the families who followed. And so that kind of history isn't really written down or always documented in archives. It's, can be oral history, can be history found in the hearts and minds of people who left a home in Lebanon and chose Halifax as their new home with the help of their new community. So it's been an education for me, and I would say Linwood Drive holds a special place in the hearts and memories of many people in HRM. And we do not, as a council, have a process as yet for how to take this history into account. When there are so many objections to a street name, I think we need to maybe look at a different process, and staff have suggested one in Alternative 2. So that's my preamble, and I think what I'm recommending is that we vote down the initial motion and go with Alternative 2, but I welcome my colleagues' comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is why we bring things like this to council, because typically 95% of the time, 99% of the time, we see these name changes and we give it a thumbs up and away we go. The question I have for staff, and I support what the councillor is going to do in recommending the alternative, but what's the definition of historic? what's the definition of heritage, right? So when the counselor went away and said, look, there's a claim of heritage here, status, staff went away and did it and couldn't find anything, right? There's a claim by the Arab family that there's historic presence to this address, to this street. And so I would hope when staff, if we approve we turn down the motions on the floor and approve the alternative, that part of it is coming back with a definition to understand this. So again, this is why we do it. And I know Councillor Morris and I had many conversations on this topic. We're a little concerned, is this the right thing to do? Because the process is, if there's multiple streets, to pick the street with the fewest residents on it, and that's typically our process. But this is worthwhile a second look. And I'm also appreciative we're not making the decision today, yay or nay. Let's go forward. Let's find more information. Let's bring that back and then have a discussion at that point in time. So I support the intent to turn down the motion on the floor and then support the alternative that will be posed. I just ask for the heritage, historic definition to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. What was the alternative to Councillor Morris was referring to?
I could read the alternative if that's helpful. The councillor is proposing that we accept part 1, reject part 2, and then move alternative 2 on page 5 of the staff report as the alternative to part 2, which is approve the renaming of Garden Court, Dartmouth, and reject the renaming of Linwood Drive, Halifax. Under this alternative, staff will reassess the proposed renaming of Linwood Drive at such time that a broader asset naming policy review has been completed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I commend Councillor Morris for doing that. Thank you very much. I've been speaking back and forth with Paula and Patricia as well. And based on the information that they provided with me, to them it is historic. It's a historical Lebanese community with the Lebanese families that moved in the early 1960s, and it's a legacy to the community that they would like to continue. With the alternative, I agree with Councillor Morris on that, and I just want to let Paul and Patricia know that I agree with what they conveyed to me in our conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll move to Councillor St. Amant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard from residents as well, and I'm appreciative of Councillor Morse, of her sensitivity on the subject and taking the time to reach out to the community to better understand what the origins of this historic nature would be. I'm supportive of the alternative as well. I do still have a follow-up question for staff. I'm wondering, what are the implications of what would ostensibly be a remaining duplication, not just of Linwood Drive in triplicate form, but we also noted in the staff report and not specifically addressed as a principal concern is the duplication of Linwood as a name with drive and lane in the same community and actually touching one another. If the premise is that this duplication represents a challenge to first responders, for example, why might we look at the renaming of Linwood Lane, or is there some other consideration here that we need to try to afford to the naming of the streets in this area in order to solve that particular problem while we look at the longer term implications of keeping 3 Linwood Drives around? I'm just curious whether or not that represents a challenge going forward.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. The recommendation that was brought forward today was considered kind of an initial step in resolving the exact duplication issue. So there is a case where there's an exactly duplicated street name across 3 different communities in HRM. So Linwood Drive duplicated in Dartmouth, Halifax. And the intent with today's recommendation was to reduce the number of exact duplicates. We will be returning to the Civic Addressing Public Safety Committee meeting this fall with an update on Council's decision today. And we'll be reassessing kind of potential future recommendations to address the existing duplicates for Linwood Drive, as well as potentially a correction of Linwood Lane within the same community. However, if Linwood Drive, Halifax were to be corrected, the existence of just Linwood Lane within the same community, differentiated by street type and community name, would be seen as a lower priority as kind of a standalone issue. So we'd be looking at considering corrections there in relation to kind of other high priority projects.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I can imagine that there are at least some instances where when someone calls 911, for example, they just reference the name of the street without adding on drive or lane. And so I imagine that winds up potentially complicating things. And so first responders would wind up looking for some clarity before they respond. So it's good to know that it's on the radar. I'm just looking forward to staff's recommendation on how that particular facet gets solved when we hang on to the existing duplicate of the prefix. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Morris, for your work on this. You know, I'm just going to note that, like, you know, the work of civic addressing here is important. Like, you know, having duplicate names is an issue. I recently was contacted by one of my residents whose day ended up in complete turmoil because her Accessibus went to Highfield Street in Spryfield rather than Highfield Park Drive in Dartmouth. So, you know, it does happen over the years. I have heard from people, you know, it's kind of within the neighborhood, Louise Court and Lois Court in Dartmouth. That's one where people, they're used to seeing each other's parcels from time to time. And so, you know, these are the nuisances of life that, you know, impact people's day to day. But, you know, the last thing you want is for these sort of mistakes to occur in a 911 sort of situation. So the work here is important. The only kind of question I have for staff, you know, if we're going to vary from policy, typically we would rename the one that's least impactful. Maitland Street in Dartmouth became Scotia Mole, for example, right? Because only had two I think houses on it compared to, you know, many dozens compared to the Maitland over in Halifax. So I mean, that's generally a sound approach to these things, but you know, every now and then there might be reasons to deviate and say, well, the Linwood with the smaller number of homes, maybe that's the one that we should keep for other reasons, and look at renaming the other ones. And so just my question for staff would be, if council goes the route of kind of kicking this back to you, is that the implied message that you'd take from this, is to look at the other Linwoods? Because I mean, at the end of the day, this is kind of a zero-sum decision. Only one of you gets to keep Linwood.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. Our immediate action wouldn't be in this specific case to immediately pursue a renaming exercise on one of the other Linwood drives that exists. Administrative Order 29 is being reviewed as part of a broader asset naming policy review that's upcoming. So we will be reviewing the criteria in our street naming and renaming policy starting this year. So the intent would be that we would review the project kind of more holistically again once the criteria within Administrative Order 29 have been reviewed, specifically in this case the section within the policy that references the historical significance piece and how that should be considered when streets are being renamed for safety purposes. So in short, we would be essentially holding another recommendation on the renaming of Linwood Drive or any renaming of any Linwood Drive until the outcome of the broader policy review is completed.
Okay. Can I ask, how did this originate from the committee? Because it's my understanding that usually these things arrive at the committee because you've had an incident like the Accessibus going to the wrong place, mail going to the wrong place, or 911 running into some issue.
Yep, you're good. Well, you had it. Wait,
Mayor, to the counselor, thank you. This case originated from public feedback regarding ongoing continuous mail and delivery mix-ups between the various Linwood drives. So at committee meetings, we typically prioritize reviewing cases brought forward by emergency responders. So that could be incidents which have occurred due to street name duplication, such as is the case with Garden Court that we're recommending today. But we also review essentially complaints that have been submitted by the public in reference to specific issues they're experiencing. So for Linwood Drive, Halifax, it was resident driven relating to parcel and mail delivery mix-ups.
Okay. So I think we should just sit with that, folks, that, you know, if we do alternative 2, it doesn't remove the issue that has come from a place like this isn't staff going out trying to find a problem. This is a reported problem that's come into us. And so if we're going to do alternative 2, to my mind anyway, and I'm kind of okay with it, you know, there's an inherent to me around if you actually want to fix this, then the other Linwoods are going to have their names changed eventually. So, and they're not the first and they're not the last, but, you know, we've run into some particular circumstances here. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's Marie, right? Marie, thank you, Marie, for answering the questions. It looks like this is heading in the right direction. I did just want to add my own thought here, beginning with acknowledging the work that staff has done. As Councillor Austin and others have pointed out, this work to eliminate duplicate streets is really important around emergency response. Balancing that, we've heard this really clear and compelling feedback about the changing of Linwood Drive. Residents and their families, the Canadian Lebanon Society of Halifax, the Honorary Consulate of Lebanon has chimed in on this, and they've all made the case that connects the street name to a deep history and heritage and the kind of a deep identity in the Lebanese community that Councillor Morris has highlighted through her conversations and reporting back on that today. I think we've heard a really clear message from community on their preference, and I think the way that Councillor Morris has asked us to proceed, or one way that would achieve what her intention is, would be we could split the motion, approve part 1, decide not to approve part 2, and then Councillor Morris could move the alternative. So, are there any other names popping up? I don't see any others. Does that sound like a good way to? Oh, I see Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Just for clarity, the alternative 2 does say approve the renaming of Garden Court, so it doesn't look like we need to. Yeah, I
had a short conversation with our solicitor about that, and it came down 50-50. Doesn't matter either way. If we can do it either way, it's tantamount to the same outcome. We still get an approval of one and a denial of the other.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I got a clear answer. Okay, let's proceed to the vote, shall we? And we'll split it, and this will be on part 1. Part 1 of the motion carries. We'll now vote on, now Councillor Mancini, if it's okay with you, we'll vote on part 2 of the motion. And as you recall, Councillor Morris has asked us to vote against this one. Oops. Part 2 fails. Councillor Claire loves it.
I am not being a rebel. That's an error, please.
Councillor Hinch would like to change her vote to
change
a
my
nay.
vote to no. Thank you.
Yep. So the clerk's office will record that as a no vote, so that the outcome does not change. The motion was defeated.
And now, Councillor Morse, would you like to move the alternative?
Thank you. I move that we approve the renaming of Garden Court Dartmouth and reject the renaming of Linwood Drive Halifax, Rockingham Halifax. Under this alternative, staff will reassess the proposed renaming of Linwood Drive at such time that a broader asset naming policy review has been completed.
I'm sure somebody was recorded as the seconder there. That was a three-way tie as far as I could see. So the motion is on the floor, and I see Councillor Daigle Gammon has her light on.
Thank you very much. I have a question about the alternative. I wasn't sure if we're supposed to speak to that before or when it came on the floor, but I guess I'm just wondering about what is the future impact of this, because it seems like we're now taking in an oral history as part of our decision-making process when we're looking at street names. I'm a Cape Brightener, so of course oral histories are part of how we grew up, right, Councillor Mancini? So, but oral histories can be very subjective, and sometimes it depends on who you ask on which side of the street, and who married who and who didn't marry who. So when you look at that kind of oral history, I think we have to be very careful. So I agree with the alternative, but I just a caution about if we're going to use oral histories, where does that reside? Does it have a different kind of criteria? And where does it reside in any kind of future civic addressing? I think that's very important for us to look at. So thank you for allowing me the comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see, no one else on the board. Shall we proceed to the vote? And the motion carries. Thank you very much, colleagues, for that excellent discussion. In our enthusiasm, we moved quickly past something we said we were going to do during the order of business part of our discussion, which was to test a number of the in-camera items before we actually get to item 17. As you may recall, and we did approve that reordering. The deputy mayor did bring forward 17.5, and that was in the list of ones to be tested. We intend to test 17.1 through 17.5. Obviously, we've already done 17.5, but I wonder if perhaps Councillor Mancini, you would like to do some testing. Oh, okay, very good. Oh, there we go. Oh, in fact, I beg your pardon. I was on the wrong screen, and I actually see Councillor Hensby in the list first. So we'll go to Councillor Hensby.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the in-camera minutes of July 14th, 2026 to be approved as circulated.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. And all those in favor of the approving the hand vote for the minutes, right? Yes? Okay. Okay, show of hands, all in favor of approving the in-camera minutes. Very good, those are approved. The subsequent votes will be recorded. And would you, Councillor Austin, 17.2?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll test 17.2. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated July 30th, 2026, and direct the private and confidential report dated July 30th, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. And this will be a digital vote, colleagues. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. And we'll go back to Councillor Mancini, please.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Oh, you're good? Well, would anyone like to test 17.3? Councillor, was that you, Sean? Councillor Dale Yemen.
I would test 17.7.
17.7. Let's thank you, Councillor Hinch. One at a time here. I'm just going to make sure I understand. This was okay. Yes, Councillor Dale Yemen has asked to test 17.7. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hensby on the second, and we will go to the vote on that. It's a digital vote. Oh, sorry. Yes, there are some names on the list here. I beg your pardon. Oh,
I would like to discuss that in camera.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's not going to work. Let's then go back to. It didn't fly. No. So we will discuss 17.7 in camera. Then I believe Councillor Hinch was going to offer to test 17.3.
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendation as outlined in the private and confidential report dated July 30th, 2026, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated July 30th, 2026 being maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. And is that a discussion on the motion?
I would like to discuss 17.3 and 17.4 in camera, please.
Okay. All right, so that fails. Looks like 17.3 and 17.4 will stay on the agenda. We've already done 17.5. Any other ideas, folks, for testing? Okay, so we've successfully dispensed with 17.2, 17.1, and 17.5. Thank you for that. We can get through a couple more things here before the midday recess, which are notices of table. Item 11, notices of tabled matters. I don't believe there are any. Item 12, we do not have a public hearing today. Item 13, correspondence, petitions, and delegations, starting with correspondence. Madam Clerk.
Yes, correspondence has received and was circulated for items 10.2, 15.3.2, and 16.1.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, any petitions today? Councillor Mancini.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to present the following petition. It's with regard to ongoing traffic concerns at 612 Windmill Road, specifically regarding access to the Little Picasso daycare and surrounding plaza. So I submit this petition. I'm wondering, since I do have the floor, Mr. Mayor, comes to petitions, we're constantly being residents say, oh, what can we do? Should we do a petition? And it really depends on what the item is. I'm quite frank with them, saying, you know what, I'm not going to do any good. And sometimes it may, as we saw happen earlier with Councillor Morris's item on the Linwood property. But I think we need to do a better job of managing expectations. Just because a petition is presented, it doesn't mean action of any kind other than it's been presented. Typically, if action is needed, a motion has to come from the councillor or from the floor at the time. With regard to this item here, staff were already working on this intersection and examining if anything needs to be done. I just state that we need to do some education with residents. Residents want to do something, so this is something easy for them to do, but it's work, right? They have to get out there and talk to people. It's a lot of work, and I want to just manage their expectation well. And so anyhow, I'm not suggesting any action at this point in time, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking we could probably do a better job when someone says, should we do a petition, or when they reach out to the clerk's office, maybe they can bring it up to another level. Okay, here's what happens when you present a petition, or here's what may not happen, just so that we're managing their expectations. So it's just my 2 cents worth I want to share at this point in time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's just see. We're on petitions, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to have a response to support Councillor Mancini's points about petitions. That I agree that we do need to educate the public on petitions. I also want to note that I think that they are a better vehicle for communicating to council on items of significance than mass email campaigns. And I think when there are significant issues that the public want to bring forward, organizing a petition with the proper information and postal codes is more effective than sending us hundreds or thousands of emails. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. You'll remember in the order of business, we agreed to move Councillor Hartling's motion 16.1 to the slot directly before item 15. And so that would be now. We've got about 9 minutes. I'd suggest we get started, and perhaps beginning with Councillor Hartling and getting the motion on the floor and see what we can accomplish. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to, 1, write a formal letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs requesting the immediate reconsideration of the 30-meter coastal buffer policies, Draft Regional Plan June 2025, Section 6.5.7, Coastal Protection EN-47 and EN-58 as approved by Regional Council in the June 2025 Regional Plan. 2, include in the correspondence the formal support from the Urban Development Institute of Nova Scotia regarding the 30-meter coastal setback, alongside an urgent appeal for municipal regulatory tools following the abandonment of the Coastal Protection Act. And 3, pending confirmation from the Minister that the 30-meter coastal buffers or coastal buffer policies are acceptable, prepare a staff report and return with recommendations on establishing the 30-meter coastal buffer as a standalone coastal amendment package.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini.
Love it. The only thing that I would like to add, and thank you very much, colleagues, is that in addition to what I've already included in the rationale, what we are asking for is neither radical or untested. I would just like to note that the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, as well as Cumberland County, have also already established similar 30-meter coastal buffer policies, and as I understand it, so has the entire province of New Brunswick. I would just like to add that the coastal buffer was previously approved by this council. The intent of this motion is to advance sound policy backed by science to the province with documented industry support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for bringing this forward. You know, my interest in this topic is around the 30 meters setback for lakes and water courses within the municipality. You know, at the time when the regional plan, our most updated regional plan was presented, this got rejected by the province. And it's interesting because my understanding is it didn't get rejected until a representative of ADI and former Councillor Steve Adams made a stink with the province and went up and said, hey, wait a minute, you know, this is going to prevent us from building units. Plus, there's no evidence. Well, I beg to differ, Mr. Adams. There's tons of scientific evidence out there. The further away we are from a water course, the further away we are from a lake, the better it is for that lake. Our lakes, you know, we're so lucky, you know, it's all over the municipality, the number of lakes that we have, and particularly in Dartmouth, the city of lakes that Councillor Austin and the other Dartmouth councillors and I represent. Our lakes are stressed. They're stressed because of climate change. They're stressed because of development. A 30-meter buffer is just good climate strategy. Now, I spoke to our staff and I said, you know what, I think we should push this through right now. And they explained to us and shared with me, they agreed that it's important to do this, but they said, if we go back to the province with no new additional information, their interpretation is it'll still get kicked back. So I respect that advice from our staff. I disagree that it should be kicked back. And I think the province, you know, respectfully have dropped the ball on this one. And, you know, if they're worried about units right now, when we talk about units, We need to be talking about really. What was the number, Mr. Mayor, that you mentioned in your address at the chamber? The number of units we needed. So, what is that number we need? Tens of thousands. Where are we today? When do we need those by? We should be discussing that every time we're talking about a development. And my concern is, are we saying that it's more important to put up a unit versus the health of our lakes? And in Dartmouth, I say to all the developers out there and to our provincial colleagues, if you're going to be developing near a lake and development, we don't want it unless it's 30 meters away from that lake. Simple as that. And if you can't figure out how to change your design, we don't want it in Dartmouth. 30 meters just makes perfect sense. The science is there. I will follow suit and staff will investigate. I think their intent is to hire a consultant to look at this further. Great. When that happens, we'll come back and have that discussion even further. I just wanted to be on the record today. 30 meters from a lake is responsible work. We should be doing that. Developers will have to figure out how to do the development 30 meters from our lakes, particularly in Dartmouth. I thank you for that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and move to Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't belabor the point. I very much agree with my colleague, Councillor Mancini, here on this. But I'm also very much a pragmatist, and I think Councillor Hartling has put in a lot of work on this behind the scenes, trying to suss out, well, is there an actual objection to the coastal piece of this? And, I think sometimes take the bird in hand versus, continuing to beat around the bush. We have one that might go through. It's very clear that they would reject the lakes piece again if we try it. So, there needs more work on that. And so I support Councillor Hartling on getting the measure that is actually doable within the constraints that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Mancini in terms of looking at this for watercourse setbacks, lakes and rivers. The health of those water bodies is critically important. But another thing that we're seeing across the country is the trend of using our natural assets for stormwater management. And we've seen changes in our climate, changes in our precipitation levels. And when this occurs, it really impacts our rivers, our lakes, our water levels, and increases, flooding risk. And so as we're looking ahead at building better climate resilience in our city, having stronger watercourse setbacks is critically important, but also looking at the value of these natural assets, whether it's a lake, whether it's a river, whether it's a wetland, as being a critical piece of our natural infrastructure to help us deal with stormwater management, because putting in stormwater infrastructure is incredibly costly. So, while we're looking at it one way through the lens of development, I think the other way we need to look at it is, for the integrity of the environment, but also for the resilience of our city as a whole when it comes to stormwater. I do want to commend Councillor Hartling on looking to quickly, retract the set course for ocean, for coastline. I too think that was a bit of overreach in how the province applied taking away the 30-meter setback. I do agree it doesn't really have a major impact on development, and there's always opportunities to look at it on a more specific level. What I do have concern about is that when they initially did the coastal action plan, the draft coastal action plan for Nova Scotia, the one that the province didn't adopt or proclaim, there was a variation in setback for coastal properties around the province based specifically on the geography. So if you were situated in an area of high erosion, there was a greater setback than if you were situated on a granite headland. There was a difference if you were in an area that was exposed to the elements versus if you were on an inlet or an estuary area. So it wasn't, there was a Group A and a Group B, and there was never the intent to apply a uniform setback across the board to coastal properties. It was really based on risk. So I appreciate that the motion has been revised and is looking for a staff report on this, as opposed to, writing a letter without the report, because I do think we have to consider, the risk of properties not just doing a uniform setback for the sake of having a uniform setback, and it being more of a performative measure than an actual effective measure. So those are things I think that we really need to take a close look at and put some consideration into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Daly-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hartling. You've done so much work on this, and you've stayed vigilant on the issue in the face of some of the things that most people might have just sort of given up. So congratulations on sticking with this. Wholeheartedly agree with the 30-meter setback. And, like Councillor Mancini said, our lakes, HRM is full of lakes, not just the city of Dartmouth, right? So we recently had, a change in a development agreement that treated effluent was going to go into the lake, and now the developer is making a change. I think what really is scary for us when we're looking at development is that, the lakes fall under the Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change. The zoning and the bylaw falls under us, and sometimes we're in, a bit of a battle because the province approves something where we may not, or the community may not think it's the right thing to do. And the one measure that is a little bit within our control is that meter setback from the watercourses. So I really hope that everybody votes in favor of Councillor Hartling's motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. No other names on the list. I'm just going to share my own thoughts. Colleagues, I understand why Councillor Hartling has brought this motion forward. I share your objective and the council's objective in strengthening watercourse protections. This intervention is about the fact that the motion is asking us to act before the analysis that council has already commissioned of staff is complete. And as a reminder of what that work was, during our most recent budget process, we approved a comprehensive assessment of potential changes to watercourse buffers, supported by technical analysis and meaningful engagement with industry and other stakeholders. And that work's not done yet. So it just seems, we might want to wait for that to be in hand to make a more solid case back to the province. I think if we go back to them now without any new evidence, I would imagine it's unlikely to produce a different result. But if we went back to them with a stronger case that involves scientific analysis, stakeholder input, and what's important for the province to hear is a clear understanding of not just the environmental issues at play, but the ability to continue to build homes. I don't think we need to be making choices between building homes or protecting watercourses, but I do think we need the evidence to determine how we can best achieve both of those objectives. So I'm hesitant to council voting against Councillor Hartling's motion. I think maybe a deferral until such time as that analysis that's underway would perhaps be in order. But I'll just offer that for your consideration today. Thank you. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The only thing that I would say in response is that I initiated that conversation when I asked for a supplemental staff report understanding the cost benefit analysis of building housing and units vis-a-vis the provincial rejection. That was on October 7th. It was actually October 25th that UDI came back to the table with their letter of support. So I would say that the landscape has already changed. It's not that we have nothing new on the table. In my view, and I think that the motion that I have put forward today really speaks to that we have the information that we need. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question's been called. And the motion carries. We are at that point, but we did skip over item 14, which is information items brought forward. There are none, but now we can put a check mark next to that. So with that, we will have our midday recess, and we will be back and pick up the agenda at item 15.1. Thank you, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Okay, colleagues, it's a few minutes after 1, and we do have quorum, and we've got quite a bit to get through still, so I think we'll resume where we were, which was at item 15.1.1, centralized grants reporting concept, and that was passed on consent. And then that brings us to item 15.1.2, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29, respecting HRM civic addressing policies CA 148. And there is a motion, and I see Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. That the motion is that the Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting civic addressing policies as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated August 6, 2026, to approve 1, the naming of 19 private roads, 2, the naming of 1 public street, and 3, the renaming of 3 private roads.
Second.
Hey, Councillor David Gammon.
Duly moved, sir.
Call the
question.
Call the question. Question is called. We'll go to the electronic vote. Oh, is that what it is? How are we doing on the vote there, Madam Clerk?
And just, Mr. Mayor, we would like to know Councillor Austin's vote is also a yes, and that does not change the outcome of the vote.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion carries. Then we get to item 15.1.3, which was also respecting private roads, but that was successfully deferred. Bringing us to 15.2.1, the dual band radio budget transfer, which passed on consent. And this brings us to 15.3.1, the Head Start Tennis Dome at Goresbrook Park, which was deferred at Councillor Austin's request. And that brings us to 15.3.2, the affordable housing strategy, which I have asked to have removed from the consent calendar. So the Deputy Mayor and I are going to quickly change positions here, and then I will buzz in and we'll be on our way. Yeah, looks like I am, Madam Clerk, looks like I am ticking away here.
All right, there we go. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we are moving to item 15.3.2, and that is the affordable housing strategy. And I'm going to hand this over to the mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and Madam Clerk. I think there we go. Thank you. So I'll start with putting the motion on the floor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 endorse the affordable housing strategy as provided in Attachment A of the staff report dated August 5th, 2026. 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to include funding options for actions contained in the affordable housing strategy in future years, commencing in the 2027-2028 budget and business plan for Council's consideration. And 3, direct the CIO to provide the committee with an update on the implementation of the strategy every 2 years. So, colleagues, I just want to begin by
can we get a second for that?
Oh,
first?
yeah, let's do that. That's a good
Councillor Steele?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll start just by being so clear about my support for the affordable housing strategy and the role that we all have collectively, the council and our staff, in enabling more affordable housing. The reason for my intervention today has got nothing to do with that. It's all about a concern about approving 2 permanent staff positions outside of the budgeting process. So that's my concern before council has the full financial picture. I noted that several members of CPED raised the same concern last week, and I note that the recommendation before us today from CPED was not unanimously approved by CPED for this very reason. Staff indicated that not approving these hires would primarily affect the efficiency of the surplus lands for housing program, a program that has great merit, but we should be able to consider this investment alongside our other housing tools and priorities, including those that provide for more immediate housing support. We're not immune to the fiscal pressures facing the other orders of government, and like them, we must focus our resources and find ways to do more with less. The 2 positions may seem modest within a $1 billion budget, but permanent positions create permanent obligations. Housing Accelerator Fund money may cover some initial costs, but that funding is temporary. When it ends, municipal taxpayers inherit the full expense, and in about 5 years, the cost of those 2 positions will be approaching $300,000 per year and will continue to escalate year over year. If council moves forward with these positions today, they'll be incorporated into the planning and development budget as council approved positions. In a constrained fiscal environment, council should consider new permanent positions alongside the proposed tax rate, other staffing requests, service enhancements, and all of our other competing priorities. I'm not proposing that we reject these positions. I'm proposing that we consider them through the budget adjustment list process with the full financial picture before us. That is precisely what the ballot process is for. For that reason, I would like Madam Deputy Mayor to move that recommendation 2 be amended to read, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to include funding options for actions contained in the affordable housing strategy in future years as a budget adjustment list request within the 2027-28 budget process for council's consideration. And thank you very much for that. And I think, Madam Clerk, you have the wording. It could go on a screen. Okay, thank you. So this amendment preserves the staffing request and council's ability to approve it. It simply ensures that we make that decision transparently alongside and in the context of our other priorities with a clear understanding of the trade-offs. I believe this is the fiscally responsible approach and should be our standard practice when considering permanent increases to municipal staffing.
Thank you. And I think I heard that second from Councillor Purdy. Okay, very good. So I see the board lining up, and this is on the amendment. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Miss Deputy. So I'm not going to support this amendment because I think of the direction that Mr. Blackwood has given us in the past, and some of the concerns that were raised at Executive Committee regarding the length and detail of our budget process. If you I can hear Jerry now. Like, if something is important, that you're in favor of doing it, you should just do it and build it into and have it built into the budget. Where we are regarding housing and homelessness, I mean, this has been one of the absolutely major issues that we have faced, as well as previous councillors. The staffing request to actually do this work properly is not a big ask. It's a small increase. And so I'm comfortable having staff go off and prepare the budget with this built in. I think this is an important enough priority that it is worthwhile doing that. We've done this in the past with other items. We can refer it to the BAL and still consider it, but I think there's enough here that I'm comfortable just having this built in. I think that the housing file is important enough to warrant it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this amendment. I asked at CPED for this to be broken out so we could vote on the points separately, because I also felt uncomfortable basically pre-approving positions before the budget process was happening, and I don't want to do that. So I didn't want to vote in favor of the positions at this point. So I'm happy to support this. I think this is reasonable, and it addresses the very serious budgetary issues and constraints that we are all feeling. So happy to support. Thanks.
Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question for Jerry. Jerry, just explain the difference between the motion that's proposed by staff and the motion that's brought forward by the mayor. I just want to make sure I understand. One is we're baking it in. The other, it's an add-on. It's the BAL, right? Is that how does this treat it by staff, I guess, if we were to adopt the mayor's motion?
Thank you, Chair Blackwood, CFO. So I think what's important here for context, and certainly, this is advice. So we were given very early in the process on ratification day a motion that council approved, right? For staff to go away, build up the 27-28 budget based on no increases, only contractual, inflationary, and approved by council. We did debrief sessions with council. One of the things we heard was let's try to streamline the process. A lot of the feedback that we got was around the BAL process and how that prolonged the budget process. What staff has done and implemented, and what we talked about yesterday at executive, is we've put a deadline to staff. Any things being brought forward that have budget implications, you need to get them in front of council, but before the last meeting in October. That is so council can have a fulsome staff report, council can have a fulsome debate, and that's what's here today, right? So, I think it's like 0.02% of our overall budget. It doesn't move the dial on the rate. So, if it is important to council, council can approve this today. It's direction to staff that we can put this into the budget. It was brought up at, executive yesterday about staff time. So when this comes back for the BAL, this group that's sitting behind me are going to have to come back and be here for however long that day for this to happen. So that's just a little bit of context in terms of the motion is fully in order, and council has full purview to do what they want when it comes to the budget. But this will add more time. It's a BAL item that will have another debate on the funding for these housing housing strategy positions.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. The reason I asked this question is at CPED last week, I voted against Clause 2 of the motion. I know that housing affordability is very important. I know that other orders of government have been investing more and more in housing affordability. And I'm not comfortable investing incremental resources in this going forward. I think we saw the number over a 10-year period, what this means. The municipality is involved in a myriad of ways supporting housing affordability. And one of the things that troubles me, not only about this particular ask, about everything, and maybe we are short of resources everywhere, but one of the things that I always thought it might be possible is, do we not have any resources within HRM that could pivot? Is everything we take on, do we need to have incremental resources to do it? So that's kind of my bottom line here. The strategy is well written. It's excellent. It doesn't address overall affordability, which troubles me, but I understand that we chose that path and gave that guidance to our staff to look at affordability for a very small portion of our residents, albeit those in greatest need perhaps. But I'm not comfortable with incremental resources at this time for this. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I can't support the potential amendment as well, for the fact that I absolutely, and I appreciate Councillor Austin bringing it up, that the amount of energy and effort that we have and commitment to housing within our municipal mandate, even though we know that there has not been a lot of support for it until more recent years, through other levels of government, I don't think we can take the foot off the pedal right now. We still are in a significant crisis, and I think it's a responsibility of every level of government to participate in some way. This report, I was pleased with it. I think that staff did a great job with it. We got to remember that we as a council asked for this a strategy to be developed. Now we have it. We have it here. But also, the point of putting it on to an adjustment list, to me, that just doesn't make sense. We're not debating the full budget in this period right now. The BOW list is there for gaps or reconsiderations when we're going through the large budget. That's what it's there for. It's like a parking place for something to be looked at differently. And it could be within the context of the large budget that staff bring forward. I would want to see that in the budget, so we have all that information. Our staff here can go back and do it and present it within the larger budget. And then if it needs to go to the BOW list, do it then. This is not the time. I'm supportive of it. I think that we should go forward and then see the full extent when Jerry and his staff come back in early December. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Deputy Mayor. I'm supportive of the amendment because I believe that we're getting ourselves a little entrenched into housing. Like I said before, this is a provincial housing responsibility, not municipal, but we have some opportunities to assist, to participate with our various programs we have for tax relief and possible surplus properties and stuff. But unless we're going to get external funding guaranteed for these positions, I'm a little skeptical of us entrenching these positions and ingraining into our workforce unless we got assurances from the federal provincial governments that this funding is going to be absolute for the period of a decade, whatever we anticipate in this budget. I might be a little more comfortable with it, but as it stands now, to pre-approve it now before the budget process, I feel a little uncomfortable about it, and I'd rather wait until the debate starts to ensure that we do have funding from our provincial and federal counterparts who are supposed to be responsible for housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Housing is a responsibility of all three levels of government, And HRM's responsibility is mainly on the planning and infrastructure side. But that's a complex side, and you need staff with the continuity and the expertise to manage that side of things so that we can participate in partnerships with the federal and provincial governments. You can't just pop people in and out of those roles and expect they're going to be able to take full advantage of whatever funding is available from those levels of government. What I understand our staff do to a great extent is help the nonprofit organizations who are building housing find ways to move through the planning process. That's another important role that they have played. I think that these positions are important to keep on as a minimum that we do for affordability. Otherwise, it's just left completely to the market, and we know there are a lot of gaps when it's completely left to the market. We need to provide some support for the nonprofit organizations that are providing the housing on the ground that is deeply affordable. So I would rather see this baked into the budget rather than discussed on the bow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy. So everyone's right. We need these two planners. I don't know if we need two, but certainly we need one, maybe two planners. But we also can't keep adding folks to the complement and keep paying for more and more and more, whether it's police, it's fire, it's planners. I think, and I'll support the mayor's motion here, because I think this needs to be kicked up to the CAO's level, and we need to look at organization-wide. How many folks do we have? We need to review, is everyone doing everything we need? And if we've got capacity, whether it's because we can't find somebody, we're not hiring, or priorities have changed, we could slip two positions over into planning or reassign people from planning to these roles. But we really do have to stop hiring people just because, hey, we need more people. We need to figure out through business analysis, through technology, are there ways that we could be doing things better with the same or fewer resources? And so I support 100% the affordable housing strategy, although more or less what it says is status quo. We're going to keep doing the things we're doing. It's not like we're adding anything new. And so I think we need a good hard look at what the actual need is, and if we have the capacity somewhere else, we could reassign temporarily or permanently. But I can't bake it into the budget at this point in time without knowing, have we done a deep dive to say, can we move some folks? Do we have some FTEs somewhere that we could reassign? So anyway, I'll support the mayor on this one. Thank you.
Everyone's spoken once on the list there. Oh, nope, Councillor Daigle-Gammon snuck in there. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, Madam Interim Chair here. It's interesting, and Councillor Cleary, when you said everybody's right, I agree. We gave direction to staff. The direction to staff was, if when you're looking at building a budget, that there's going to be an ask that you get it done beforehand. So in some ways, I think no matter which way we go, we're going to be discussing this again at budget, right? It's quite possible that on either way that we look at it, somebody might pull it away from the business unit presentation and ask for it to be put on the ballot, and then it becomes a discussion there. The only thing that really concerns me at this point, I think, and Mr. Mayor has corrected his statement that it wasn't unanimous, and sometimes when I look at our motions and our minutes, it says motion put and passed, but we don't say if it's unanimous, we don't say how many for or against, and this was a good conversation at CPED, that's for sure. And when it was put and passed, it is that it comes to regional council, so that regional council gets to make the decision. But we have to be very careful if we're giving direction to staff and then all of a sudden we're turning around and saying, well, you took the direction, but now we want you to do something different. So we want to be consistent with that. We want our budget process. We've talked about it We want our budget process to be a little bit more timely. We want it to be more seamless. So I'll vote for the original motion because I think that if it gets defeated, then it goes to the ballot. Either way, we're going to meet it. But I support the work that the staff have done, and in the way that the motion was presented, I think that they followed the direction we gave them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do not see any other first-time speakers on the list. I can either change spots with the mayor or the past deputy mayor, or I can speak from the chair. Chair's fine. All right, thank you. So, you know, I just want to maybe get some clarification on the requirements here, because when I read the report, we know that the city has been promised through the Housing Accelerator Fund close to $80 million. And in order to access that $80 million, our final requirement is to have an affordable housing strategy. And it says in the report with staff to implement it. So I'm wondering if that is a condition of receiving our final installment of the HAF funding. And while I'm talking about HAF, I want to just put into context how important it is that we have an affordable housing strategy and that we have staff who are dedicated to ensuring that it's implemented. When I look at my community in Spryfield, I had over 26 projects through HAF approved through spot zoning. As a result, I've seen the loss of a lot of existing affordable housing, whether that was affordable single-family homes or affordable multi-units. And we don't have housing to replace that affordable housing. So the work that's being done through bonus density and looking at preserving existing housing, through renovations, through supporting not-for-profits, that is critical to ensuring that we have a continuum of affordable housing for our residents. It is true that, people are being asked to do more with less, but there's a lot of people out there in housing situations where they can't do any more because they don't have affordable housing. It's one of the biggest crises in our country at the moment is housing affordability. And I agree that this is a responsibility of all three levels of government. We all have a role to play here. And the cost of 2 additional staff people is such a minimal investment for seeing our affordable housing strategy implemented. And we're doing this based on the fact that we've received $80 million in Housing Accelerator Fund funding, that this to me seems like this shouldn't even be a discussion. This was a commitment that we're going to have an affordable housing strategy and that we're going to implement it and that we need to keep moving forward. We gave that direction, we made those commitments, and we need to see them through. And, it is the people who need affordable housing the most who we're helping here. And I think we need to keep our focus on that. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting the original motion and I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you. Oh, and if I could get an answer to the question about the requirement to have the strategy and the ability to support implementing it.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Through you to Council, my name is Aaron Murnahan. I'm Manager of Culture, Heritage, and Planning Information Services, also overseeing the completion of HAF. So I would say it was anticipated when the application was first sent from HRM and endorsed by this council to CMHC that there would be permanent staff created to implement the affordable housing strategy. However, I can confirm that that language does not exist within the contribution agreement that we have with CMHC, and that it's anticipated that if council endorses this strategy and it's passed, that would be the final initiative that needs to be completed as part of our agreement. we would then get our final installment of $19.7 million sometime before Christmas is the hope. So before the budget would be debated in the spring. So I would say, no, it's not a hard condition, but there is an expectation from CMHC that there would be staff in place to actually implement the strategy from a practical sense.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, for, Virginia. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You know, in my district, especially in my district, there's a lot of affordable housing that has been torn down, displaced, not you know, nothing is being built to the level that it should be built for deeply affordable housing, that is. You know, it is all three levels of government that should be taking this on. It just doesn't have to be the province. We do have a role here to play, and I like to continue on seeing the work that the affordable housing strategy has. So whatever you guys need, you know, unfortunately, I cannot support the mayor's motion. I will support the original motion going forward, because again, this is tangible work that can be done, and hopefully we can see affordable housing. I mean, we're seeing some progress, but we need more progress. So that's what my hope would be. So yes, I will be supporting the main motion. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Alston.
Thank you, Miss Deputy. Just a follow-up question there for Jerry. You know, if council proceeds with the original motion instead of accepting the mayor's amendment here, it would get built into the budget. But then at budget committee, does council not have the ability to move anything like we want related to the budget?
Thank you. Yeah, that's correct. If you voted for the original motion, that can always be adjusted at the time.
So when we bake something in, we're sending a signal, but you know, council always retains the ability to change our mind if we're in the middle of budget deliberations and we look at the amounts and everyone's kind of losing their minds, right? It could be reversed. That's correct. Okay, and what is the rate impact? I thought I heard 0.02.
I think 0.02 on a $1 billion budget, but I think it's like less than $1 on the average bill.
Okay. So folks, like, even if we accept the original amendment, if we get into the budget process and we need to go find money, we could take a look at this, right? We've talked about the budget process being lengthy. If you look at this and it's like, this is a good idea, we should do the thing. Well, let's do the thing. Let's build it in now. The amount here is small, and at the end of the day, I know there's a lot of talk of well, we need to do less, more with less, and it's kind of a nice slogan, but at a certain point, it just breaks down. Ultimately, you do less with less. And here is an area where we are being tasked and asked to do much more. All orders of government are. And, it's a small example, but the one that kind of registers to me most of all, because I've seen the difference, different space, but park naturalization. Originally, that program, it started, someone was trying to do that off the side of the desk, and we had a couple of, very early pilot projects, but it really didn't go anywhere. Dedicating just one staff person to that has made such a world of difference. We have a whole program now. This is not a big staffing ask. This is not a big dollar amount ask. We've committed to this in a strategy. And even if we build this in, we can always reverse it if we really get into the budget process and are really scrounging for 0.02%. I think this is worth doing. I think we should just proceed and not bloat our bowel and budget process with something that we should just really be doing. Thank you.
Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you. Just a very brief close. I would say that, of course, the council is in control of its own destiny, and at the time of the budget could delete positions that it created today. I've never seen it happen. I've not seen one position ever deleted, only added. So I would just remind us of that. And there might be a logical fallacy at work here as well. You know, if I could draw an analogy, the argument that I've often heard from folks who don't want to take action on climate change is that, oh, well, HRM is small or Canada's small. It doesn't really matter what we do, so we shouldn't do anything. We don't have to bother. That's the same logic we're getting into when we say it's only 0.02 on the mill rate. It's only $200,000. Every dollar matters. Every single dollar matters. Somebody's paying for it. So I just would remind us of that as well. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, the question's been called. We have no more speakers on the list. The vote will be on the motion as amended. The amendment. Okay, so it'll be on the amendment and commence voting. It's a tie vote, so that fails. So the amendment does not pass. We are now back to the main motion. Sorry, waiting for my screen to clear there. Okay. On the main motion, have Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just like to reiterate how important affordable housing is. However, unlike many other municipalities across the country that are more active in affordable housing than we are, we don't receive the same level of support from our provincial government to support this type of work. Municipal taxes were never intended for broad social programs, and we have moved into this space, and we're now beginning to move even further into this space. I'd like to see this $200,000 or whatever it is spent on things like infrastructure renewal, transit, public safety, some of the things that I'm hearing from my residents every day. I'll just give you a concrete example, and it's actually about concrete as well. I live in Clayton Park West, a street near to me. Actually, it's a street I walk my dogs on, so I get to discuss this every evening almost. We did some maintenance work to replace a failed curb. And we left we did about 98% of the street. We left a few properties where the curb wasn't fixed. So, and the reason why we couldn't do that was for $28,000. So the whole street was done except for the curb in front of one property. And so, you know, I face that every day. There's countless places like that in my district. And that's why I want them to fix the curbs in all your districts and make the sidewalks safe. I'd like to see Bayers Lake made accessible. We need money to do that. I walked with one of my residents last Friday who is in a wheelchair, and I walked around and tried to see how things look from her point of view, and they are extremely unsafe. I felt unsafe, and I'm not in a wheelchair. So that's why I hate to see us migrating into these areas that I believe other levels of government could and should be funding. I think it's a fantastic strategy, but I wish to vote separately on item number 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I couldn't agree more with Councillor Steele's assessment of things financially. Absolutely. And when I spoke to this at CPAD, and I'm not going to go into everything that I said there, but one thing that I did say that I do want to reiterate today is I feel like we had unfulfilled promises from the Housing Accelerator Fund that this money from the federal government did not actually improve affordability for anyone. And in fact, we've seen prices just continue to climb, costs of living continue to climb, has not produced affordability. So just kind of dashed expectations, and has done other zoning changes in our municipality that have not been in the best interests of our residents either. So I'm not sure. I'm sure some good has come from it, and we've heard it, and we see the affordable housing strategy. But I agree, we are spreading ourselves too thin over things that are not core municipal issues, when we have so many core municipal issues that do need to be addressed in all of our districts. And I'm going to ask also if we can do what we did at CPED and vote on these points separately. If we could vote on 1 and 3 together and then vote on number 2 separately, because I do not support moving forward staff at this point in our budget process.
All right, so it's been requested when we vote that the vote is split 1 and 3 and 2 separately. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Deputy. And I wanted to ask staff about the piece about support for nonprofits through the tax program, because we did have some council motions on that. And, you know, as far as I understand it from reading the strategy, this work looking at that question of HRM's program, that would still be looked at in the future through a report to be prepared by finance. Am I reading that correct?
Dave Patterson, Principal Planner for Regional Community Planning. Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. The action on tax relief, it's a bit of a two-parter. One is to continue with the current program as it's currently provided by finance for all nonprofits, but also to review that program moving forward in the short term for the overall sustainability and objectives of that program. Looking at the range of affordable housing projects and sites that are supported, really just maybe distinctly from the other nonprofits that are also supporting that program. So that work is ongoing in the next few years. It is led by finance.
So led by finance, does planning come into it? Because I mean, I think both business units have an important lens to provide on this question. When I made that motion back, I can't even remember, 2024, on the initial report that came back really only had the dollar value kind of piece on it. It didn't have the planning lens on it. And I think for us to make any decisions, we actually need both. We need to be looking at the financial viability of the program from a grant perspective, but we also need to have the lens around what does this program mean from a planning perspective in terms of encouraging more housing. And so, I'm fine with this action if it's a both sort of piece, because I think both perspectives need to be there for council to be really making a good decision on it.
Yeah, thank you. So that is something, we brought that up last budget session about the increase in our grants program from our redesign. And one of the things that, we did with the redesign was put more weight on the housing component to provide more grants in that area, right? Which is Schedule D, I believe. What we're seeing in that space, affordable housing, is nonprofits have become very active in that space. The YWCA, which is, well, they're 100% exempt from taxation through legislation. But as nonprofits come in, like for example, if Killam is getting rid of old stock, nonprofits are buying up that stock, and then they're getting eligibility for the grants program. So from a sustainability point of view, we're really seeing nonprofits become very active in the affordable housing space, which is creating, an additional pressure on our grants program. So overall, I think one of the things we really need to look at is really, where does council want to put that overall grants envelope in the future? Is it more around supporting affordable housing? I know we moved away a little bit from supporting more athletic associations and things like that, but that is a review that certainly we'll need to undertake. I think we're 2 years in since the last grants review.
Thank you, Jerry. I just have about 20 seconds left here. So I just posed the question, in that review, is there going to be an outcome-oriented thing? Because consistently what I hear from the nonprofits out there is it's not glamorous the way you get to, cut a ribbon on a new project, but that ongoing funding, because it's predictable and ongoing, is actually among the most important supports that we actually provide. And I'm just wondering if in that program redesign, in any of those considerations, whether or not that sort of perspective is going to be captured as well, right? I hear what you're saying about the financial piece, right? That's important, but that planning part, I think, needs to be part of that work too, right? To assess what the outcome could be of additional support or not.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. The finance and planning need to work together on that whole grants piece.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Deputy. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steele. Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor, do you want to close or do you want to speak now? You want to close? Okay. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A couple of questions, I think, for Dave. The Affordable Housing Grant Program, a certain portion of it, of course, has been funded through density bonusing, another portion funded through HAF. We're coming to an end of the HAF funding, so what's the plan there? Do we have a plan?
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor. Really, the plan is going back to where we were prior to HAF. So prior to HAF, the Affordable Housing Grant Program was really built around the density bonusing program. Yes. Density bonusing was originally in the regional center. It's now expanded to the suburban area, and we're starting to see projects and funding come in through the suburban areas as well. So HAF has provided a chance to sort of bridge some of that funding and extend that funding the last 3 years. But the plan for the grant program is to really go back to where we were as a public benefit coming out of the density bonusing program.
Okay. And I don't have the corporate memory here. In terms of the density bonusing, have we ever provided any funding to anything other than affordable housing, such as, recreation? I don't mean clubs, but I mean, parks, trails, community centers, that kind of thing that, increase population bills. Has that ever been done through our grants program or through the density bonusing funding?
Just sorry, referring back to Kate Green back there, but the vast majority has been through affordable housing. Also, other work goes into public art as well as heritage.
Okay.
But the requirement right now is that at least 60% of the contributions go for affordable housing. But in practice, we've seen a higher amount than that.
Okay, that's a policy decision that was taken by this council or a previous council.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And so the other piece I wanted to ask about is regarding public housing. I mean, I note the report talks about, HRM create the option of HRM creating a housing corporation. We really aren't contemplating any discussions with the province under this about taking on public housing, because of course that was uploaded to the province in '96. I'm assuming we're not, there was no real dive into looking at that question. Sorry. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna beat a dead horse here on this one. I mean, I would just say, in a perfect world, like when I look at this, if you were setting up responsibilities for government, the order of government that does planning probably should be the order of government that's doing public housing, because then when applications come in and you have your own housing authority that's sitting right there at the discussions, you could actually get projects done in a much more effective way. And we might not have gone through basically 30 years of public housing being basically abandoned, because, we were in this neoliberal sort of age where the idea that government could do things was kind of passé. But down at our level, that never really went away, because we build and operate stuff all the time. It's what we do. So, just philosophically, I mean, I think public housing belongs at the municipal level, but that's a perfect world type solution, and we don't live in a perfect world. We live in Nova Scotia, and that's not about to change. So I think I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Mr. Mayor, before you close, may I have a few comments? Thank you. So I am a little bit confused about this conversation, because, having an affordable housing strategy, seeing a municipal role in this was part of the HAF agreement. We talk about support from other orders of government, and we have received $80 million from the federal government. 11 million is tied to this last piece. So when we say we're not being supported by other orders of government, this was a targeted initiative specifically to address affordable housing. And to Councillor Purdy's points that, HAF hasn't delivered on affordable housing as promised, this is the promise, and implementing this strategy is part of that promise, so we can start to see an increase in affordable housing. So this is it. This is the piece that you're looking for. I would have some questions about how we manage the HAF money, and when we get that final installment, how it's used and how it would continue to support housing initiatives. I don't know if we ever got to the point where we've created investment funds to help fund the continuation of programs, or if we just put that into our coffers and spend it on other things. But I think if we have a strategy, we also need to have a financial strategy on how to do this in a sustainable, financially responsible way. I feel we have done that so far by using density bonusing and supporting affordable housing initiatives, where people get extra development rights in exchange for money that goes into support affordable housing. But the ongoing implementation of the strategy, and given that we've had this money from HAF, I'm wondering, has any thought gone into how we can sustainably continue to fund these initiatives? I also want to, talk about, how we add positions, but we never take them away. That's not necessarily true. We've looked at vacancy positions that we haven't filled, and, that's essentially not filling positions, is and becomes a net benefit, because we're not adding positions. We're using vacancies. We also have attrition, and we've talked at great length about that, where, through natural retirement, or people may be resigning or moving on to other jobs, using those positions to kind of keep our workforce in check. So it's not just about removing positions, it's about looking at the whole picture and managing it from that from that perspective. I mean, we are adding these positions in at this point into the budget, but until we get to the budget, we don't know what the full departmental ask is going to be when it comes forward, and there's opportunities to manage it at that level too. And again, these are, like many of us have said, these are discussions we can have when it comes to budget time. I think this is a critical piece of work, and I'm very, very happy to finally see it come forward. And I know a lot of effort has gone into it. I know there's a lot of support in the community for it, and there's a lot of need amongst our residents for affordable housing. So I will be supporting the motion as presented by staff. With that, I'll pass it back to the mayor to close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I'll have to say, make a few points here, but just to be really clear in the way I close, as I was in the way that I started, that my intervention has nothing to do with lack of support for affordable housing and the strategy that we have in front of us. My concern is around staffing levels and the affordability of residents in HRM. It's my position that we need to get away from the idea here that every new priority necessarily requires new permanent staff. Sometimes it will, but before adding positions, we should also be asking whether the work can be done differently, whether there are resources in other places in the organization that can be redeployed, whether processes can be simplified, whether we're getting the best value from the organization we already have. And that is exactly why we've asked the organization to undertake the core service review. At the same time, our staffing complement continues to grow. You will have read that this year, 300 more additions to the Sunshine List. We're now over 1,600 people making over $100,000 a year at HRM. People are noticing this. They're talking about it. They're holding us accountable for that. And so we want to be aware of that. It should cause us to look very seriously at the size and the structure and the cost of the organization, particularly when residents are telling us they simply cannot continue to absorb escalating costs. This isn't about diminishing the work of our employees or suggesting that individual positions are not valuable. It's at its core, it's about discipline. Adding staff can not always be our first response to a problem or to a new priority. As others have said today, we need to focus on what municipal government needs to do and what we can do better, and where our existing resources should be refocused and reconcentrated. And that's why I believe permanent staffing increases should, as a matter of course, be considered through the budget process to see the whole picture at one time. And why the core service review needs to meaningfully inform those decisions going forward. We can always support ambitious priorities. That can include affordable housing, but at the same time, we can still ask about how we can deliver them as efficiently and as responsibly as possible. Those two priorities not only can, but should go hand in hand. So I'm going to ask that you defeat item 2 in the motion and approve the very important affordable housing strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question? Okay, questions being called, and we'll vote first on 1 and 3, and there we go. Oh, that passes. And now we will vote on part 2. Right, and that passes. Thank you. Next. Pickleball. What did the mayor want me to do? Hold on.
Okay, colleagues, we are now ready to go in camera. No. So we've just done 16. Oh, beg pardon. What, 15 point what now? 5.1. 15.5. 15.5.1. There we go. Okay. Okay. We are at 15.5.1, Deputy Mayor Cuddle, HRM Parks, Washrooms, and Drinking Fountain Strategy. And the floor is yours, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so we've had a few discussions this meeting about strategies that we have that aren't funded and aren't implemented, and also questions about priorities. One of the strategies we approved was the HRM Parks, Washrooms, and Drinking Fountain Strategies. I have one of those parks that was promised a washroom that hasn't been delivered yet, and it's I'm coming up to 6 years, coming on to my 7th year on council. So sometimes we can do things and build things and deliver things, and sometimes we can't. In this case, I'm really looking for an update on the implementation of our washroom and drinking fountain strategy, which was approved in 2020, and to get a sense of what projects are being prioritized and what the next steps are so we can continue to see this move forward. There was a larger discussion that happened over the summer around access to washrooms and drinking fountains. Some of it is a human right, some of it is about wayfinding, some of it about being able to enjoy our recreational spaces through having access to a washroom. I've been to many other cities where I've seen washrooms. They don't all need to cost millions of dollars. There's out-of-the-box solutions that we could be considering. I don't really know where we are on this strategy, and I thought this was an opportune time for us to take a look and get a sense of what the next priorities are and where we are in implementing our strategy and what's needed. So this is looking for an information report, and I hope you support the motion. Thank you.
To table the motion? Yeah. Thank you.
Steele. Thank you, Councillor Steele. I'm getting ahead of myself here. So with that, I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare an information report providing a progress update on the implementation of the HRM washrooms and drinking fountain strategy approved by Regional Council in September 2020, an update on washroom and drinking fountain projects completed, underway, or approved since the adoption of the strategy. 3, an update on the status of the projects identified in the strategy's implementation plan and subsequent staff addendums. And 4, recommendations respecting the next priority washroom and drinking fountain projects for consideration through future business planning and capital budget processes, including any revised prioritization criteria, funding opportunities, or implementation considerations.
I think that was Councillor Steele there. Would you like to, have you already said your introductory piece, Deputy Mayor? Okay, then we'll go to the board, and I see Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I support the deputy's request for review on this. It's probably actually it's about time. The original strategy was 2020. It was something that I'd originally asked for in my first term on council, and it kind of came at the very end of it. And now we're basically 5 years on. 5 years is probably a good time to sit down and kind of do a report as to, well, what's worked, what hasn't, how are we doing. So I think the time for this is good. The only thing I'll just add, the main disappointment when the strategy first came forward to us was how bloody expensive washrooms are and how how little your dollars actually get you. And there's certainly, I think there's things you can do to reduce that, but financial is still going to be the main limitation on this, no matter how we look at it. And so it's not so much, I think, a strategy question as a budgetary question. We can have the washrooms we want to pay for. So I think getting that sort of question and seeing what our wish list now looks like, what has been accomplished, and what we've learned is a good idea at this stage. So I think this is a good time for a review. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Deputy Mayor for bringing this forward, because I do have an area that I do believe is a priority, which is Aftonville Park. The fact that they are still with a porta potty at this point is baffling to me. So I'm getting ready to meet with staff with regards to Aftonville Park, and I'm hoping that it can be a priority at some point in time. And I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the Deputy Mayor for bringing this forward. I just want to chime in really quick about the drinking fountain strategy. I just want to call out that there might be funding opportunities elsewhere for waste diversion when it comes to drinking fountains, because if we have drinking fountains and there are fewer people purchasing water bottles, and fewer bottles end up in the landfill and there's less recycling, I believe that there is actually some funds available depending on the time of the year, and that I think is something that we should be pursuing. Obviously, using a drinking fountain to refill your cup is a zero waste strategy, so I think it's helpful on many levels. I just thought I'd leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I support this as well. I think it's very timely. One thing that's changed since we first started looking at this a number of years ago is I think our parks are working a lot harder than they used to. We're having more events at our parks. We're having bigger events at our parks. Our population has grown, and each park is doing more than it ever did before. And we need to have washrooms. We can't have people using the forest as they were doing in my district at an event last summer. So anyway, I think it's very timely. So thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've seen in my particular district some of these washrooms being converted. Some of our community facilities actually are a work in progress at the present time. They're not completed yet. The St. Therese Center in Grand Desert, the Balcombe Center in Port Dufferin, and the Mosher River Community Hall. We're looking at doing bathroom renovations, but the problem now is they aren't converting it to the gender-neutral design. There's going to be no male-female washrooms anymore. It's all going to be gender-neutral, and there is some opposition from some community members in regards to how these things change, but it also may be difficulty with the building design or what confined spaces are in the building. So I'm kind of curious how staff are trying to adapt to those situations, and hope that can be part of the report. And also when it comes to drinking water, I'm not just thinking about fountain projects, I'm thinking about access to water. I've been working with my community groups and organizations and look at what facilities have adequate water supplies, like the Legion in the Sheet Harbor. We just drilled a well for the Ground Search Rescue groups in Sheet Harbor as well, and looking at the Port Dufferin and at Mosher River community halls, that they have adequate water. All we need to do is have an outside tap for the community's access to water when the wells are going low or dry. So we have opportunities there to provide water. We just need to have the proper infrastructure in place, and also with that, which also requirement of testing the water to make sure it meets environment standards for potable water use. So we want to make sure that's also part of the information report that comes forward in regards to the if we're providing drinking water, how are we testing it to make sure it's safe for our residents to use? Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other names on the list. What's your pleasure? Question is called. The motion carries. So that brings us to item 16.2, my own motion regarding ferries. So we will switch seats again. Bear with us, please.
right. Okay, we are now on item 16.2, which is a motion by Mayor Fillmore. I'll hand the floor to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As we know, Halifax and HRM are growing very rapidly right now. Recent federal announcements reinforce our role as Canada's defense city, and we're bringing more jobs, more businesses, and more residents to the region in increasing numbers. That growth is an opportunity, but it also requires us to plan for the infrastructure and core services that people depend on, and our ferry system is a very clear example of that. The ferries connecting Dartmouth and Halifax move thousands of residents every day. They provide a reliable alternative to driving. They reduce pressure on our bridges and roads. Yet for much of the past year, service frequency was reduced from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. In fact, in Q4 of last year, as many as nearly 4,000 trips were canceled due to unplanned maintenance, and that was resulted in a loss of about 21% of scheduled service. And riders correctly told us that that's not good enough. And interestingly, that's at a time when ferry ridership is up 3% over the last year, and over the same year, bus ridership was very oddly down 3%. So ferries are in demand right now. The ferry fleet has not expanded since 2018, but since 2018, our population has by 100,000 people. And right now, all 5 vessels are approaching a mandatory midlife overhaul. Those overhauls will take vessels out of service, potentially placing further pressure on a system that already lacks sufficient redundancy and resiliency. Excuse me, we've already started addressing the investments required in the system we have today. Last month, we passed Councillor Austin's motion to bring options for recapitalizing our existing ferry system into the 27-28 budget process. This motion is the next step. As we plan to maintain the system we have, we also need to understand whether we have the fleet capacity and resilience a growing municipality will need in the years ahead. We should assess that risk before another disruption forces our hand. Therefore, I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to return to Council by November 2026 with options to purchase 1 new passenger ferry servicing Alderney Landing and Woodside routes. Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. I would point out, colleagues, that this motion today clearly does not authorize a purchase. It simply asks staff to identify the options, the costs, the potential service benefits, so that Council can make an informed decision during the upcoming budget process. This motion also does not prioritize purchasing a new asset over Council's previous direction to examine infrastructure renewal options for the Halifax-Dartmouth ferry service. It's a logical companion to that decision and will provide Council with a complete picture of the available options and their associated costs. The motion is also in line with the acting CIO's request that Council table any motions impacting budget before the end of this calendar year to allow staff to do their work and would return to Council. This will also align with the expected delivery of the service review. I have consistently argued that we cannot do everything at once. Fiscal discipline, however, does not mean avoiding investment. It means concentrating limited public dollars where they have the greatest impact. Transit is a core municipal service. If a 6th ferry could improve reliability, protect service during scheduled overhauls, and support future growth, Council should understand that business case and weigh it against our other priorities through the budget process. Major infrastructure takes years to plan, fund, build, and put into service. The prudent time to assess our needs is before they become a crisis, and I hope that you will support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that was seconded by Councillor Hensby. First on the list, we have Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So ferries, well, no surprise around these chambers who loves the ferries. Definitely I do, and as many of you do. I've always been a strong supporter of the ferry. Actually, after I leave this meeting here, before going in camera, I'm heading on the ferry. So, the ferry is really key to our municipality. We need to take all of transit, and including ferry, to the next level. And the frustrations the mayor has mentioned in his opening comments about his motion, the 4,000 trips canceled, reduction of service this past year because of staffing and because of maintenance, mechanical breakdowns. And you all know my opinion of the delay in the tap and pay. It just goes on and on and on, our frustration. When it's working, man, it's the best ticket in town. And we need to get our ferry and our bus service to the next level. We need more people out of their cars and going into transit. But until it's reliable, they're not going to do it. And so, to add ferries, to add buses, as I supported when Councillor Morris brought up the 10 buses I think we added at budget time, fully supported that. We had a purpose for it. There was an application right off the bat for it. Previous to that, the buses we were going to retire. We didn't retire because we still needed to use them. So I'm all for looking at this, but I have some questions, Mr. Mayor, on it. Staff's not here, but my question to staff is: we had a ferry today, a brand new one just arrived, and we're launching today. How would it be used? How would it help to address the challenges in service? Would be one question I have. The costs is not only the purchase of the ferry; it's what goes along with that too. It also means more personnel. So let's make sure we include the cost of the bodies that are associated with it. But the main thing, Mr. Mayor, that I want to see that we include in this, we also need to make sure we have a place to dock the ferry. Right now, my understanding, we have one place that we lease, and I'm not even sure how that leasing works, but it's only one ferry. So we need to make sure we have a place to dock this additional ferry and the maintenance that goes along with it. Our biggest challenge now with all the challenges we have with our ferries is maintenance. We don't have our own maintenance facility. So when we have to go to maintenance for our ferry, it has to go elsewhere and sometimes even leave the harbor. So that just causes that pain when it comes to service. So I'm hoping, Mr. Mayor, that you would include not only the cost of the ferry, but the staff, but the docking location and the maintenance associated with that. So when staff come back, they said, okay, it's going to cost X number of dollars for the ferry. We need to add this number of additional staff, if any, and we also have to include the docking location and the maintenance associated with it. So hopefully you can include that with it. And if you can, then I support it. But there's a lot of questions here that I have, but I'm always game to have another ferry or another bus. By all means. If that's can I make that friendly amendment to include that, if Madam Deputy Mayor?
Sure. Could you provide the wording to the clerk?
To also include, may help me with the wording, to make sure we include the cost associated with finding a docking location and the cost associated with that, staffing, and any additional maintenance is required. Don't know if we captured that, Madam Clerk, but a variation of that. And who seconded that motion? It was Councillor Hensby seconded the motion, I think. Are you okay with that friendly? Yep. Do we have that captured, Madam Clerk? Yeah, sorry about that. And docking location. It may not be the right terminology, but nothing like trying to write and having thousands of people watch you write. Added pressure, right? What? Thousands, millions watching at home.
I think you're a sense of our viewership.
Office review council by the officer person to ferry fair, docking location, associated costs with staff. Docking location, I guess we assume that includes costs with that. I'm looking at Jacqueline. So I'm okay with that. If Mr. Mayor, you're okay with that, and David's okay with that. Staff, etc., maintenance. I'm looking at the acting CAO. If that's my intent here is to make sure we're considering the docking location to be find one and the cost associated with that, along with any additional staff needed to add another ferry.
Okay. While we're amending this, there's also additional suggestion from the city solicitor.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just for clarity, if we could refer to a staff report in there, just says after the words November. There we are. Clerk's putting it in. Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Chris. Yep. So it looks like, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's a friendly. Everyone accepts that. I'm good with that. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. Next on the list, we have Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Deputy Mayor. I've been an advocate of having more ferries for our harbor. I always felt that we should have 2 ferries per terminal. Each of our terminals can house 2 ferries, so therefore we have 6 parking spots for each of our ferries. We have 5 now, I believe, ferries, and a 6th one will fill that capacity. I also believe we should have a 7th ferry in rotation because we always have 1 ferry or maybe 2 out of commission for the standardized Transport Canada inspections that has to go through after so many hours of operation. So I think that down the road, as we bring on the Bedford terminal and stuff and other ferry terminals, we should be ramping up the amount of boats that we have. And also it's good for our local economy because our latest ferry has been built by, I believe, by the Terrio shipyards down in the South Shore, in the Shelburne, Yarmouth area. And so I'm hoping that they can continue on with that shipbuilding legacy that they have with us. But I believe that if we talk about how important our harbor is regards to transportation, and we don't need to pave it, we don't need to snowplow it. Occasionally we have a nice flow jam from time to time, but I think that it's an important way to boost our capacity on the harbor, and I'm full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Deputy, and Councillor Hensby, built locally with Canadian steel, eh? German steering has maybe not been as successful, but to each their own. So, I mean, I'm supportive of taking a look at this, but right now I think it's an unknown as to whether actually this is what we need, because the operational review into the ferry service hasn't been completed yet, right? Like, we still have that work to come back to us, and part of that work is looking at the asset management of the boats that we have. Would we have had the service disruptions that we've been through from a maintenance point of view if we were doing our jobs properly with the fleet we have? And I think that's the first and foremost question that we have to have answered before we jump to the idea of we need another ferry. I'm happy to see this request from the mayor go forward at this stage, because we are, my understanding that work is coming back this fall anyway. And so then the two things would align. I know we don't normally ask staff. I was trying to find that. What's the deadline for the operational review? I'm pretty sure they were working to the fall.
Deputy Mayor, I can speak to this. Okay. Yes, Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Austin, the ferry service review is underway and will provide that more holistic look at service, the state of the service and potential service expansion. We are looking at a later fall timeline than the motion. So certainly staff can endeavor to provide information at a higher level. I think that the real challenge will be around some of the cost estimates. But certainly we can provide some preliminary information to council if that's the wish at this time.
Yeah, that would be good. And I think that's good advice. I wonder, Mr. Mayor, whether you consider it friendly if instead of by November, sorry, I'm just reading Krista's over the shoulder here, to return to council by November 2026, whether instead it could be to return to council alongside the operational review so that we get both pieces of info at the same time. Because I don't see how we can make one decision without the other.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. It seems to make sense to me. I would just maybe look to the acting CAO to see if that is a complicating factor or a simplifying factor, if that's knowable today.
We will certainly endeavor to have it to you by November. I'm mindful of the budget timeline as well, which I know was the spirit of the mayor's motion to try to get some information to council ahead of the budget process. And I think we can make the November timeline doable. We may not have the level of detail on the cost estimates at this at that point, but we would certainly have information flowing on the context of the service review.
I think the mayor's question was more, could the two things come together?
Yeah, so that's correct. Councillor Austin is proposing a friendly amendment that would have the two come back together, and I just wanted to make sure that didn't create hardship or make something harder for the staff rather than easier.
I think from a staff perspective, the November timeline and having the two aligned is likely doable. Okay. I just don't want to, I guess, commit that we will have full-blown analysis of all the aspects that I know have been referenced around the maintenance costs and all of that with the report, but will certainly endeavor to provide it, the ferry service review and in the November timeline.
Okay. Then yes, seems a friendly amendment's in order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
As long as good.
Alongside review.
Krista, got that? Okay, so that's considered a friendly amendment. We'll move on to the next speaker. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I can support this at this time. I too think that the most important piece I think that'll come out of the operational review would be something identifying this. I've always been in favor of more ferries. With my connection back to Woodside, most of my concerns around ferries for District 3 come through the Woodside Avenue for getting to Halifax and back and forth. So an extra ferry, when it's related, it says, to support the two ferries, but one ferry to me just complicates it. Having two ferries, because where does it go? What's the schedule? Who's going, which avenue will it take? That's information that has to come forward before we can decide whether one or two or whatever. The other piece about this is the importance of parking. And I know we want to get people out of vehicles, 100%. But there is part of this municipality that it's just probably not going to happen without more parking that they could park and then use another mode of transportation, which would be ferries. Perhaps there would be more park and rides that have to come in so people can get out of their cars as they enter into a suburban area. But that also is another part of transit that has to support these kinds of things. The requests come in regularly for more service at Woodside, and I know Councillor Austin would agree. There, people want to use it, but don't always have the capacity. Mostly for the Woodside ferry is around parking. So I can support this as well for now. The operational review will be very interesting to see. I know I've had some conversation with Robin Giroux, and I think that he is committed certainly to finding resolutions to our transit and our ferry operational and our infrastructure and all of those layers. It's complicated. Transportation in a municipality like this is complicated, and one thing can have a trickle effect into the complexity. So we have to be mindful of that. I'm okay with asking for something to come back in November, but I don't necessarily think that, as Jacqueline mentioned, that they're going to have all the information that is going to go to it. We as a council have supported buses and ferries from Bedford. Then we send them back and say, okay, now get the real information that has to come forward. So this is a long process to go forward. So it has to start somewhere. So I'll support this.
Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm not going to lie, I really struggle with this one. I understand the importance of ferry service for folks folks across the municipality, but I understand why there's so much support on that side of the horseshoe, on the Dartmouth side, and I really appreciate that. I understand that we did have some significant issues and real challenges with reliability in the pretty recent past around ferry service. However, Based off of my understanding, we had pretty significant parts problems that were aggravated by a supply chain problem. I'm not convinced that, having one new ferry will solve the problems that we experience. And I think it's really important that we get that addressed before we look at investing in a new one. The other thing is, and I know that there is this ferry operation review going on, and I appreciate that there might be an opportunity for that to come back in advance of budget. I'm also thinking very long and hard about the core service plan that, from transit. I don't recall asking for a ferry being part of that. So I think, for me, I have much more confidence in putting my vote behind things where I understand where the net benefit to our residents will be, and that net benefit is weighed against all of the potential benefits that we could be putting tax dollars towards, and where we could be investing. And I don't have that confidence yet. So I appreciate that this is only for a staff report, but I'm just putting those hesitations out there that I don't see the immediate value add based off of the information that I know today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My comments are similar to Councillor Hartling's. I was looking forward to receiving the operational review. I should say up front, though, rapid and reliable public transit is super important. It's important for the municipality. And yes, Councillor Kent, we need to get people out of their cars. We need to have good bike lanes to get them to the ferry. But I do have some hesitation about this request for an additional ferry, because I think something else that hasn't been brought up is the overall service levels. What service levels are we ideally trying to achieve? I know when the redecking took place on the McDonald Bridge, there was enhanced service levels were brought to bear, and some of those service levels were retained. Well, perhaps the ridership justifies this, but I'm hopeful that some of this will be looked at to be identified. And, we currently have 5 ferries. One is a backup, and we've had a lot of issues, and maybe we'll have a future year similar to this year. But I do have some hesitation with this request, and I don't really understand sort of what's driving it, Mayor Fillmore. With all due respect, it wasn't part of any of our capital budgeting, or I didn't see it identified in the core service review or other identified needs, and I haven't heard it from our staff as being one of the needs. Although I do know there's a lot of maintenance being schedule for the ferries that we have. So I'm hesitant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you. And similar to Councillors Hartling and Steele, I'm not sure where this is coming from and whether it will address the reliability concerns that I've heard this afternoon. Just a reminder, it wasn't in the core services plan. It took about a year to develop the core services plan for transit, and it was a 3-year plan. So it just, we don't tend to put a major capital item with big implications for our operating budget in on such short notice, with just a few months' notice, especially if it hasn't been put forward as part of a broader transit plan through the core services plan. So I'm having trouble supporting this as well.
All right, thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, Madam Chair. The theme continues with me about where has this come from. Even when we do the notice of motion was there at the last meeting, I believe, so we did know that this was coming. I don't know if it came through Transportation Standing Committee, if there was any conversation there. I'm not on that committee, so I'm just curious if there was any conversation there or not. It's interesting that nobody from Transit is here, and we're talking about a report for a new ferry. So there's so many questions. The original motion, I absolutely knew that I wasn't going to be, that I would have grave concerns over, and I was looking forward to this conversation. The additions to the motion make it a bit better, because there are so many other costs besides just one ferry. I'm glad to see the solicitor said a staff report, because otherwise it looked like it was just options for funding. And I was like, how do we know we need one? And there have been so many issues with transit, and it's not a surprise to anybody around this room that, you know, I've voiced concerns about we need a real review of transit. There are some issues within our that department that need to be addressed, and I was hoping the operational review will put a light on that. The operational review might even tell us that we want to see maybe the AG to look at transit and what's happening and what's not, and what we're doing and what we're not doing, and what we're following, what we're not following. But there are a lot of issues here, and I'm like, you know, the end of last budget, last minute, we threw 10 buses at a problem. Now are we throwing a ferry at a problem that I don't understand where it is a problem or how it is. So like I said, even though the amendments to the motion, you know, they make it better, but I still struggle to figure out, and especially thinking that it's going to come before this budget. There's a lot to look at to get all of that information in front of us before budget time. Even just the cost of a ferry. How many staff are required per ferry? That's an interesting thing. We just debated 2 staff for affordable housing, and we talk about affordability as being one of our core mandates. And so we debated for an hour or more on 2 staff for that, but we don't even know how many staff are required for servicing a new ferry, and whether or not the docking location is there, and the costs and the maintenance. So to me, there's just so much work that needs to be done before we get to this kind of a motion. We may get here in a year's time, but I'm not sure that we're ready to be here now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you kind of read my mind. I mean, I was thinking exactly that same thing. I mean, we spent a considerable amount of time debating whether or not it was warranted to look at 2 permanent staff in order to stop doing napkin math on the side of a desk in order to provide resources to our affordable housing strategy. This would, I have to think, involve more than just 2 people. I mean, anytime I've been on a ferry, there's been more than 2 people on board, and there's more still on the shore. But at the same time, you know, the value proposition of a service enhancement is a little bit easier to articulate to residents. And when we get staff reports back on one subject versus another, sometimes it illuminates the path that we shouldn't take as opposed to the path that we thought we were going to take when requesting the information. So I'm comfortable supporting this motion, particularly in light of the revisions that have been already made to it that allow us to look at the comparison with other reports that are in flight. And I will note that the Milco Ferry Project next report, the next update, is due to come back sometime around that same time as well. And for anybody that needs a reminder, that too had an operational maintenance bay as part of the capital project. And so some of the things that Councillor Mancini asked to be included to ensure that operational costs associated with the maintenance and looking at having somewhere to dock the various different vessels, some of that may be incorporated within that future capital project, even though it wouldn't be something that would be initiated right away. So it's good to have some of these 3 related projects coming back to us with at least a degree of crossover. And I just wanted to voice my support for the mayor's motion here for that reason, and to have Jacqueline make a note that at least there's some connective tissue between those 3 that we would ultimately want to have looked at. And in particular, I am curious to know whether or not, as part of this motion, whether the analysis will include a degree of lens coming from transit side, because as some of my councillors have already noted, and in particular, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, we pulled the trigger on looking for buses in part because more buses were raised as a prospect within the core services plan coming from transit. This is a little bit of an outlier. That wasn't specifically requested, but I think it's important that we look at the analysis through that same lens to understand what kind of relationship an investment in a new ferry for the Halifax to Dartmouth crossing would wind up meaning to that overall network.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to support this. And I think where this is coming from is the 5 months of impacted service with our ferries. So that's, I think, responding to a need, and obviously the many residents who reached out with concerns affecting their commuting. I'm wondering, the cost analysis, Jacqueline, I mean, kind of we're in uncertainty. So even if we did get a report with accurate to the day cost analysis, I mean, in 5 months, 6 months, 1 year, that could completely change and be completely thrown off anyway. So any numbers we get, we have to take with a grain of salt, I think, with where we're at, unfortunately. But if it could be pushed out another month to get a more accurate understanding of the financial impact, I'd be happy to wait the month to get a more accurate view, even if it's not going to be accurate in the long run, I guess. So I will be supporting this, and happy that the amendments, the friendly amendments, were added, because I think it gives a more fulsome, good information to come back to us.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll support the motion with the amendments as well. My only concern is that with getting a new ferry and still having the old ferries that are hardly ever working, is it going to make anything any better? I feel like once we get a new ferry, if we get a new ferry, then we have these old ferries that are going to remain out of commission and not fully be repaired in a timely manner. That's my only concern about this, because again, you get a new ferry, so, oh, well, we don't have to rush to fix the ferry that's out of commission right now. So those are my concerns, and I feel that we're going to go back into the same predicament that we're in right now with the lack of service. That would be my only concern. But I will support the motion going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And if everyone on the list has spoken once, if I could make a few comments from the chair. Yeah, so just so you know, when those ferries leave the harbor to go get repaired, they end up in Sambro Head in District 11. I don't think people quite realize how industrialized it is out in Sambro. There's a lot that goes on there, and you can often see our ferries like hoisted up, getting repaired, and I always love seeing that. So I had a friend once who said that she hated projects that continue to have babies. And I feel that this motion here is one of those motions that's continuing to have babies, because there's a lot of things wrapped around this ask that weren't considered in the original motion that we're now adding on. And even though I agree with the comments that it's making the motion better, I do think that there's an opportunity to go back and strengthen the motion and not look at this in a silo. You know, we've heard about the parking at Woodside already as being an impediment to people getting on the existing ferry. So I haven't seen the case made that adding an additional ferry would add to increased ridership if there's nowhere to park. We've also had this discussion with Mill Cove. We looked again at that in a silo, and we didn't have a good grasp on what the supporting infrastructure around that ferry terminal was going to cost us in terms of additional bus routes and in terms of additional buses to get people to the ferry. So we need to understand that. Like, do we need more, do we need new bus routes to support an additional ferry in order to get the ridership? I haven't seen the case. I think that we really need to take a comprehensive look and a comprehensive understanding. We've seen in the core service plan like bigger ambitions around ferries. We've seen, hopefully additional ferries to Shannon Park and additional ferry routes across the harbor and making, taking advantage of our harbor for transportation. But in buying one ferry, does that then compromise perhaps a future purchase of multiple ferries and better pricing? So I feel that this is a bit of an orphan motion at the moment, and I can't support it. I also think that, the rationale around looking at impact is interesting. 3% increase in ferry and a 3% decrease in transit. What is behind those trends? And also look at the total numbers. What is the total number of people being moved by ferries versus the total number of people being moved by buses? And we know that thousands more are moved by buses. And so, that rationale doesn't necessarily hold water for me. And you've also got to ask, well, why is there a decrease in transit? And we know it's because we're having issues with on-time performance, with overcrowding, the buses driving by people on the sidewalk, with routes being canceled. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's a decrease in demand. It could be a number of factors contributing to those stats, and we don't know enough at this point to kind of use that as a basis for making a decision on this motion. I really agree with, I think it was Councillor Kent who said we need to be mindful that what we need right now are real solutions with real impacts. So I'm all for ferries. I think ferries are awesome. I'm all for using our harbor. I think it's one of our greatest natural assets. I just can't support this motion at this time, and would like to see it come back as part of, with a longer term view of a ferry strategy, what's required to support that ferry strategy, and see it within the core service plan. I think there are questions about what's driving this, both figuratively and literally as well. Thanks. Okay, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's a lot of questions with this motion. They're all valid questions. And it is unfortunate that Trans is not here today, and typically or not, when a councillor or mayor brings forward a motion, we don't usually have a debate over that. We don't have staff respond to it. Sometimes if they're here, they will, but it's unfortunate because I think some of the questions we have, they could respond to today, and that would help us. And I understand the concerns, and I have some of the same questions. I was wondering, why is the mayor bringing this forward at this point in time? But he is, and so there's an opportunity to learn. We always talk about evidence-based decision making. Well, let's get some evidence here. Just because you have questions is not, in my opinion, not a reason to not support what the mayor is asking here. Let's get those questions answered. Let's have this discussion back in November, along with the operational review. And I've seen pieces of that operational review, but not in its entirety. So let's have this conversation about the ferry, because I have the same question. Will adding a ferry do anything? Maybe the answer is no. Well, then that decision is much easier. Or maybe it's yes, and it has a significant change and impact that will improve our service. I really hate the discussion I've heard in this chambers about buses versus ferries. It's not an either-or scenario. We need both. We need to enhance both. And yes, we can move more people with buses, but we also can move more people than we are now by having a improved transit service. So I ask colleagues, even though you have lots of questions, and they're very good questions, and I have the exact same questions, let's get the information. Let's not kill the motion now. Let it come back. I really like Councillor Austin's change to the motion, so we bring it back the same time as the operational review, with staff in the room, and we can have this more in-depth question. So I ask you to support it. I also ask that Jacqueline, when it comes back with this kind of a motion, and we should be looking at most of our motions like this when there's added costs, you know, whatever the cost is for the ferry, the staffing, the docking, what's the impact on the tax rate? Right? What's that impact on it? We want to make sure we include that at the same time. I don't think I need that in the motion, but Jacqueline, you're okay with that? We could include that. So, colleagues, great questions. I have some of the same questions you have. Let's get all the information, and let's have this discussion again in November, and then we can decide then what's the right thing to do. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. To close, Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for a very full discussion here. There are a lot of things we don't know, and that's exactly why I have moved the motion so that we can know. We can know the cost. We can know the impact on ridership. We can know the interplay between ferries and the buses that serve them. We do, but we do already know quite a few things. We know that we've had 5 ferries in service since 2018, and in that time the population has grown by 100,000 people. We know that those ferries are now aging. They're spending more time in the repair depot than they did in the last several years. A 5 ferry system was designed so that one could be in scheduled maintenance and the other 4 would run and maintain 15-minute service. We no longer have 5 ferries that can reliably, 4 ferries that can reliably be in service while the 5th is in scheduled maintenance. We're seeing unscheduled maintenance calls, which means we're dropping down to 30 minutes, which means that in a single quarter we lost 21% of ferry crossings. And even with that loss of ferry crossings in one quarter, the demand grew by 3%. Ferries are in increasing demand. The population is growing. People are looking to the ferries as an alternative to congestion. This is where we can have enormous impact on people's lives. And whether the motion goes, the question is whether the motion goes today or next year. We will hold on and try to get more information. Well, this motion is about getting information, and boy, all those people who couldn't get to work and lost wages and couldn't get to their daycare when the ferries weren't running, they don't want us to wait a year to have this conversation. They're ready for us to solve this problem now. The point about bus routes, the 6th ferry is about maintaining 15-minute service. It wouldn't change the bus routes or systems that feed them. It's simply about restoring the service that we have enjoyed in the past. It's a 15-minute service, so that happens irrespective of impact on larger bus routes. If we think about for a minute the ferry, think about the ferry system in Halifax Harbor 20 years from now. It's not going to be these beautiful boats made by Terrio. It's going to be something different. They're going to be hybrids. They're going to be electric, whatever it's going to be. We're going to be building new ferry terminals that are going to have a different technology incorporated into them. But the system we have today is designed for those oval ferries with joystick controllers, with staff that are trained on them, with local maintenance that knows how to fix them. And that system is missing a ferry because of how they're aging right now. The system is underperforming and failing, and the fix for that is adding a ferry of the same technology to make the most of the infrastructure that we've already invested in, that we already own, while the work continues on what the ferry system of the future will be. So I chose October because I wanted to be in line with what the acting CAO asked us for major capital ideas. If December works for what the acting CAO suggested, I believe he said the end of the year. Someone said, can we add a month and get more information? I'm happy to add a month, happy to change that to December, if it's in the spirit of what the acting CAO asked for us. So if that gives a little bit more comfort so that we can get a little bit more data in the report, that's fine. But I think it's clear that our riders are asking us to improve the ferry service. Thank you.
All right, so that motion passes. We will now switch seats back.
All right, colleagues, now we're ready to go in camera. Yes, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if we might be able to quickly go through 18.1 before we go in camera on the added items. I think it's the only added item.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't have any objection. I don't know. I'll ask the clerk or the solicitor if we need to have a motion for reordering the agreed upon order. No, we're good? Okay. Then if everyone's fine with that, I don't see any dissent in the room. We'll jump ahead to 18.1, which perhaps while your name is on the list, would you like to put the motion on the floor? Okay.
Thank you, yes. I would move that the Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the proposed 2027 Halifax Regional Council meeting schedule as outlined in attachment 1 of the staff report dated July 9th, 2026, and 2, adopt the proposed 2027-28 budget scheduled as outlined in attachment 2 of the staff report dated July 9th, 2026.
Seconded by Councillor Steele. And would you like to say more?
Thank you. Yes, if I might. Thank you very much. I have no comment on the regional council schedule, but on the budget schedule, there's, we did a really nice debrief with mayor and council around what worked well last year and what we can improve upon. So the schedule that's proposed here is like 13 days and then 6 days that are contingency days should we need them. And I do know that, it's a long process because it does go from like 1 day in November, 1 day in December, 1 day in January, and then February and March are the heaviest times. We can, streamline our work by doing all of our research beforehand, which I think is a great way for us to make this go more smoothly. We do have the evening session on January 26th, which is great. Also, though, it's important for members of the public to know that before any of the bundles, before operations, for example, capital plan, operations, public safety, corporate, the BAL, that the public are welcome to participate in the budget and can speak to anything on the budget that they require. So I do think that it's a good list. I know that some people are worried, that maybe our budget process is too lengthy. It's very transparent. We do a good deep dive into everything that we do. So I think that's important. The only other thing I would add in is that when we spoke about this at Executive Standing Committee was to make sure that it's added in on our list that on January 12th is when we will see the report from PVSC, and that's when we'll see the assessment roll. So those are my comments to this point. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other names on the list. Shall we have the question? Questions called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much for that. We are now ready to go in camera. So I would rather. Okay, is there a motion to go in camera? Councillor Steele, seconded by Councillor Purdy. Thank you. We'll just give a moment for the room to get prepared. Colleagues, the clerk raises an interesting question. I just noticed in the text thread that we're interested in forging ahead without ordering supper and getting this thing done. Would you then like to have a little nature break now? Yeah. Okay. Then how about we come back at 3:15, and we'll be in camera. Thank you. All right, we're back in business and we're in open session, and the first order of business is to ratify a number of the in-camera decisions that were made. And that begins with item 17.3, and for that I'm going to turn to the Deputy Mayor to ratify the public motion by the Deputy Mayor for item 17.3.
Yes.
Thank you.
I move that a matter pertaining to providing instruction and direction to officers and employees of the municipality pertain. Oh, what? Oh, under here. Okay, thank you. I was going to say, better. Where is this leading? Okay. Yes, I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated July 30th, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated July 30th, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Young. And all those, colleagues, this is a digital vote. We'll go to the vote. And the motion carries. We will then go on to item 17.4, and I'll turn to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated July 30, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated July 30, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hartling. Okay, and we'll go to the electronic voting, please. And the motion carries. Thank you. This brings us to item 17.6, and I believe I'm going to Councillor Daigle Gammon for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A motion that the Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated August 14th, 2026, and 2, release the private and confidential report dated August 14, 2026 to the public once the conditions as outlined in the report have been met.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby, and we will go to the digital vote. The motion carries. This brings us to 17.7, for which I will also return to Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated August 20th, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated August 20th, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby, and we'll go to the digital vote. And the motion carries. Okay, colleagues, that leaves us with our final item of business, which is notices of motion. And I'll just look and see who jumps on the board there. Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for Councillor Mancini. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to introduce a motion to adopt amendments to the terms of reference for the Active Transportation Advisory Committee, ATAC, and the Point Pleasant Park Advisory Committee, PPAC. The purpose of the proposed amendments is to implement recommendations arising from Phase 1 of the governance review and other housekeeping amendments.
So noted. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Anyone else? I don't see anyone else. I've got one myself. So take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move a motion that Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to conduct a comprehensive review of the decision to establish the Mayor's Office as an independent office following the 1-year anniversary of the decision. Thank you. Any others? Any other noms today? Not seeing any. Is there a motion to adjourn? I think that was Councillor Young today. Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a wonderful evening.